All right, let's get started. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are joining us from today. I'm Janet Warburton with Arcus, and I'm happy to be hosting the second day of our conference, Community and Citizen Science in the Far North 2024. Today is going to be a very busy day. We have a lot of presentations coming up and a keynote speaker as well. It'll be a full day, but I'll get to the agenda a little bit later. With that, I'm going to turn this over to start off our morning here with a land acknowledgement from Sophie Crump with the Arctic Eider Society. So I'll get her squared away, and then you'll come back to me in a little bit.
Thanks, Janet. Bonjour, Utlakut. My name is Sophie Crump, as Janet said. I'm part of the steering committee, and I work for the Arctic Eider Society, which is an Inuit-led nonprofit based in Senekilluaq and Nunavut. I want to start by recognizing where I am situated and acknowledge the land that I'm on, and then sort of expand it out. I live in Ottawa, Canada, where I'm a settler on the land that was never sold and was never ceded by the Algonquin Anishinaabe people, where three rivers meet: the Kichizibi, the Ottawa River, the Pasapquet-Jinawang, the Rita River, and the Te-Nagadeno-Zibi, or the Gatineau River. We are all here together at this conference focused on community and citizen science in the far north. And I think, first of all, we need to remember that when we're talking about research conducted in the far north, we're talking about research conducted on Indigenous homelands. So these are the homelands of the Aleut or Unangan, Athabaskan or Dene, Gwich'in, Sami, Inuit, and Yupik peoples, among others. And yesterday, I encouraged us all to reflect and learn a little bit. So I'm going to kind of assume that everyone's done their homework and looked up, if they didn't know already, the lands on which they live, and whose homelands you are on, who has the power. We also asked yesterday, who has the power to make decisions about what happens to and on the land that you live on. And if you've had the opportunity to also learn something about the names for the places around where you live, the bodies of water, the features of land in the Indigenous language that is spoken on the land where you live. And some of us may belong to the Indigenous communities, and some of us may be settlers on these lands in the north. Some of us may live in the south and be living on the lands of other Indigenous peoples. So please, and I see it's already happening, do share in the chat where you're joining from and acknowledge the Indigenous peoples on whose land you reside. But also, if you're a researcher, maybe also share where you conduct your research and whose homelands that work is also conducted on. And so we've gained a bit of knowledge, but the next step after knowledge is to take action. So we've included a link on this slide to a website that will help sort of guide you to consider what are the next steps beyond a land acknowledgement. So please do take a look at this. And the first step that's outlined there is to reflect on your current conduct and your sort of current actions. What are your current behaviors and patterns of action? And are there ways in which your current conduct is causing harm to Indigenous communities and Indigenous homelands? And to start thinking about ways that you can change this. As we enter into the second day of the conference, let's continue to build on the environment of support, encouragement, and connection that really emerged yesterday, as we commit to continuing to learn through action about how to find better ways to be in relationship with the Indigenous peoples of the land where we live and where we work, and with the land itself. I hope we'll continue to find some good space in this meeting to reflect on this, in particular with relation to how we conduct research and Western science, and to recommit to upholding the inherent right of Indigenous peoples to govern and continue to steward their lands as they have since time immemorial.
Great. Thank you, Sophie, for getting us started and kind of setting us up for the day for collaborations and networking. Yeah, so very quickly, the agenda for today, it's if you joined us yesterday, which I know some of people might be new to today, but yesterday and today we've kind of structured our day around having a keynote speaker who will be coming up. And then they will talk for about 20, 25 minutes or so. We'll have some times for questions and answers at the end. And then we'll move into our main session, which has longer talks, about 13 minutes of talking and also time for questions. We have, right after the keynote, we have 4 presentations that are 15 minutes or 13 minutes long on a variety of subjects. We tried to group similar types of talks together. A lot of the talks that are coming up in the little bit will be kind of around data and data sovereignty. Not necessarily that strong, but that's kind of the idea. And then we'll have a question and answer session at following that. We also have door prizes. So if you didn't join us yesterday, this is a good day to be with us. We have door prizes again today. We'll have a door prize announced, a door prize winner announced before the break, which is at 10 o'clock. We'll have a 25-minute break. We want you to stay here in the Zoom room. You don't have to disconnect. And then after 25 minutes, we'll come back together and we'll have another set of the longer talks. And then we'll actually have 2 shorter lightning talks. And then after those lightning talks, we'll have another question and answer session. And then we have another set of longer talks. So it's our longer talk day, and but they're all very, very interesting subjects. Yesterday, the time went by pretty quickly, I think. And then we'll wrap up and do a little bit about what our next steps are, some things that we want you to know about, and then we'll close out and adjourn for the conference at 1 o'clock. So that's our outline and our agenda for the day. If you didn't get an agenda and don't know what's up, we'll post a link on how you can access the agenda on the website, and also the full list of abstracts is on the website. So I think that's it for the agenda. So next up is our keynote presentation. And so I'm going to welcome Katie Spillman to the stage here so she can introduce our keynote speaker.
It is with my great pleasure to announce Donna Hauser, Dr. Donna Hauser, as our keynote today. Yesterday, I mentioned that there's something good going on in Suite 203 in the Akasofu building of the International Arctic Research Center, because both of our keynote speakers are from that very office suite. Donna is a research assistant professor, soon to be associate professor at the International Arctic Research Center at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, where she pursues interdisciplinary and collaborative research in marine ecology. Her research portfolio is centered on marine wildlife, but also the people who rely on them in rapidly changing Arctic ecosystems. Donna increasingly works at the social ecological interface through partnerships with tribal organizations and indigenous coastal communities in northern Alaska to examine how sea ice loss affects marine mammal habitat, the access that people have to that marine mammal habitat, and opportunities to elevate community-driven research in Arctic change. Donna is involved in lots of projects, but she leads the Alaska Observatory and Knowledge Hub, which we call here in Alaska AAOKH or AAOK. And she also is a part of the Ikagvik Segukin project, which is based in, I think, Kotzebue, Donna, yeah. And also, I just wanted to hold up, Donna's also a children's book author now. She worked with her team to put out this book. I know she's going to give a shout out later, but this is my kid's copy. Get your copy now. This is Donna's put a lot of effort into this new children's book to talk about exactly what her research area is and the work that she's been doing with northern communities in Alaska. So welcome, Donna.
Thank you, Katie. And great. Thank you so much to the organizers and the steering committee for the invitation to join you all. Thank you so much, Katie, for that lovely introduction. And of course, she's right. She's also part of the suite in IARC 203. So we invite you guys to stop by if you're in Fairbanks. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about some examples of research partnerships that bring together diverse worldviews, perspectives, and information to generate new insights or novel insights even about the ecology of rapidly changing ecosystems, and in particular marine ecosystems is the area that I work in. And I would argue that the partnerships that I'll talk about at least are only really possible because we had this ability to build trust, to listen to each other, and a recognition of the value of different ways of knowing. And so I appreciate the land acknowledgement earlier. I'd like to start by setting the context that I bring to this workshop from the state of Alaska. And for everybody, I'm sure you realize that the state of Alaska is what makes the US an Arctic nation. And so I'm showing this map of Alaska Native languages because it really shows how all of Alaska comprises the homelands of Alaska's First Peoples. There are currently 229 federally recognized and sovereign tribes in Alaska. And you can see that there's several different cultural groups that line the coasts of Alaska and all across interior Alaska. All of Alaska is indigenous homelands. And each of those cultures have unique knowledge systems. They have unique relationality to their ecosystems that they've stewarded for thousands of years. And of course, they continue to do that today, but it's within the context of a much more complicated colonial setting that's affected inclusive and equitable management of Alaska's oceans and lands. And so let me take a moment to set my own positionality in entering this work. I'm a white settler of German descent. I grew up on Dena'ina land in Anchorage, Alaska, where I learned to love Alaska's natural spaces and places. My parents were a fisheries biologist and a consulting dietitian, and they encouraged me to grow a love for Alaska's people, places, and wildlife. The grainy photos on the right here are some snaps from when I was in high school on a family kayaking trip in Kachemak Bay. And Supiaq and Dena'ina lands in South Central Alaska. And those roots really have tied me deeply to Alaska. And so the photo on the left is of my family now. My son's about to go into high school himself. And this was a picture again from the shores of Kachemak Bay one fall. So I've been fortunate to live, work, and raise my family on the homelands of the Lower Tanana Dene people in Fairbanks for about the last 10 years. UAF is located on a ridge that's called Truthyetta. And that's historically recognized as a place to dig the native potatoes, but also a place where people came together for thinking and for working together. And so I'm glad that this meeting is encouraging you to think about where the lands that you're living and working on and ways to give back as well. So the meeting organizers also asked me to speak a bit about my own journey in this work. So as I mentioned, I grew up and I returned to Alaska after going away for school. I became classically trained sort of as a marine ecologist, and in particular, focusing on the movements, behaviors, diving ecology of Arctic marine mammals and how they're responding to their changing environments, in particular sea ice. As I've come back to the University of Alaska Fairbanks, it's been awesome to come back to my home state of Alaska to conduct research. But I've also kind of come with this new realization that marine mammals are food, their culture, their spiritual components of the way of life for so many Alaskans and have been for, since time immemorial. And so through a few pivotal projects and research opportunities, I've reframed a lot of how I do research to understand Arctic marine ecosystems and marine mammals. So instead of going to a community to work on research questions that were focused only on animal ecology and showing up and leaving, I'm increasingly working towards directly working with community members, trying to reach more equitable and inclusive research partnerships. And so today I'm going to give you a few examples as case studies just to try to illustrate my journey on this work. So let's start with an assumption that there's this need to transform the culture of academia, of science, and research. And so a few things in setting that assumption, right, is recognizing that mainstream academia and science has normalized and even privileged Western knowledge systems, and that's often come at the expense of other ways of knowing. I would argue that engaging Indigenous knowledge in research and in policy is imperative to our collective ability to solve the complex global challenges and problems that we find ourselves in right now. And there's been direction from the White House directly saying things like agencies should include Indigenous knowledge as an aspect of the best available science. And so, yeah, let's start with that framework. And in Alaska, at least, I would argue that co-production of knowledge has become a bit of maybe a buzzword even, but this is particularly in the context of Arctic research with Indigenous communities. If we think about this term co-production of knowledge, historically it's been framed as this interdisciplinary approach to include so-called stakeholders for actionable science, which is great. But here, I am striving towards approaching a new framework that's been introduced by Julie Raymond Jacobian from COERIC, Rachel Daniel, then from Pew Research, and then also Carolina Behe from previously from Inuit Circumpolar Council. So this framework is embodying culturally responsive concepts with equity centered across all components. And I really encourage you to check out this paper if you haven't already. So let me introduce a project called Ikagvik or which means ice bridges in Inupiaq. So this has the overarching goal of bridging science and Indigenous communities to study sea ice change in Arctic Alaska. The centerpiece is really, so the project has been focused in Northwest Alaska in Kotzebue Sound, with the centerpiece really being this co-production of knowledge approach. So we have an interdisciplinary team of scientists, as well as several Indigenous knowledge holders and the tribe as co-PIs on this project. So I'll play this short video. This is Sikorik Whiting. She's a leader in Kotzebue, talking about how this project started and what's been unique for the community of Kotzebue in particular.
We've seen researchers coming in and out of Kotzebue my entire life, and even before I was born. This is the very first project that I know of that came to Kotzebue and asked the elders, what would you like us to do? What kind of questions do you have about the research project? So they came in and they worked with our elders. They did not come in and say, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. Can you help us? They came in and they talked to our elders and they said, what would you like us to study? The very first project that come into Kotzebue with regards to science that asked the Inupiaq people first, what would you like us to study? So this is the way it should be when it comes to traditional knowledge and science, you know, working together so we can complement each other.
So as Sikorik mentioned in that video, the local tribe, the Native Village of Kotzebue, identified an elder advisory council. They guided us through every step of the research, all the way from the development of our actual research questions, going out and collecting the data, and then interpreting the results and sharing them back out, sharing presentations. And we did have this filmmaker following us around, and so that's a really great opportunity to be able to help showcase some of their words and videos. So I'll point to that as I go forward here. So we had a number of different types of approaches, including the Indigenous knowledge, but also we had this large drone. We took measurements on top of the ice and under the ice. And as I mentioned, there was a documentary filmmaker along for the project as well. So as the earlier video showed, we didn't come to Kotzebue as the scientific team armed with specific research questions, hypotheses, or objectives. We instead worked with Alex Whiting in particular from the Native Village of Kotzebue, and the tribe helped establish this Elder Advisory Council. During our first visit to Kotzebue, we met repeatedly with these elders. Our initial visits were focused on just getting to know each other and learning about the questions and concerns of the elders and hunters in the community related to sea ice change. We moved our initial meetings out of that conference room at the tribe and into this classroom at the UAF Chukchi campus. We literally started sketching ideas and research questions on this blank whiteboard. And I'll mention that our funding was open enough that the only real initial bounds to the scope of our project involved a focus temporally on the spring breakup period, and then geographically on the marine areas of Kotzebue Sound. So as I mentioned, we came to the table armed with a diversity of research experiences and science and tools, research tools. including the ability to use a large drone to survey a lot of the region. And so out of this process, we had 6 overarching research questions that emerged, and the themes related to things like sea ice loss, the breakup process, what ocean conditions lead to warming, the role that rivers are playing in breakup and sediment transport, and of course, marine mammals were central to a lot of the questions as well, that they rely on as some of their most important marine resources. So I'm not going to go into detail of all of these questions that we developed, but we've now co-authored 4 research papers. We have a 5th in revision, and I'll point you to where you can find out more about some of the actual science results. We had, as I mentioned, here are some of those papers. There is an active website. The project has now come to an end, but we have an active website. And if you go on YouTube and you search for our project name, you can come up with a series of shorts, as well as a long feature-length film about the project and various aspects of the project as well. So I encourage you to go check out some more on that. But I want to take the next few minutes to transition to a discussion of some other opportunities, other research elevating community-driven research partnerships that track and respond Arctic environmental change. In particular, I wanted to tell you about a project at UAF where we're working with communities in northern coastal Alaska to develop the Alaska Arctic Observatory and Knowledge Hub. We refer to this as AOK for short. AOK is a big project, but the key component is focused on a network of local observers from communities across the Chukchi and Beaufort Sea coasts. Local observers lead traditional Inupiat ways of life that are based on the land and the sea. And as part of AOK, observers are taking regular observations of ocean conditions, sea ice conditions, weather, wind, things like fish and wildlife. They're very holistic observations. And here are Tikigaq or Point Hope observer Guy Omnick is reflecting, saying, global warming's happening. It's affecting different villages in different ways. I collect observations as an important tool for the future. We can look back on these observations in years to come to compare if there are any dramatic changes. And I love using that quote from Guy because I think it really summarizes a lot of what we're trying to do within AOK and addresses one of the first priorities that has been identified by our observers and our steering group to really sustain the ability through funding and through resources to our observers to continue to take these observations. And I want to also recognize that I'm speaking today on behalf of a really big collaborative team from AOK. So that includes several Inupiaq observers, as I mentioned, but also a steering group that's composed of Indigenous leaders and academics at UAF, also graduate student researchers, education specialists. You may recognize our keynote speaker from yesterday, also some research staff. So we call this a community-based observing project. And so I just wanted to define that in a few ways as well. So the this coordinated community-based observing efforts are providing an opportunity to document environmental conditions on the local scale. And through these partnerships with Indigenous community members, the observations become rooted in Indigenous worldviews that represent local perspectives, stewardship, and kinship to the land. And over time, these observations become a powerful record of changing conditions and implications for communities. So here's an example of an observation and a photo that was contributed by our Kaktovik observer earlier this year. So this is just to give you an example of, we have these narrative descriptions that include things about the weather, the ice, the ocean conditions, as well as wildlife, potential implications of the conditions on the community. And so I'll include a few other examples throughout the rest of the talk. But notably, I just wanted to mention that AOK started in 2015. We're building on a framework of existing observations from a predecessor program that was called the Seasonal Ice Zone Observing Network, or SIZONet, which started in 2006. So in total, our combined database has over 10,000 local observations made by Indigenous observers that are stored within a database that is hosted by our partners at the Exchange for Local Observations and Knowledge of the Arctic, or ALOCA. Here also is an example of how we've worked to weave narrative observations from, in this case, Kotzebue, with oceanographic measurements that were taken by a handheld CTD instrument measured by Vince Schaefer in Kotzebue. So along the bottom row here, you can see that we have some observations and photos from from observers in the community of Kotzebue. And when we pair that with the scientific measurements, we can get a more complete picture of what's happening in the changing environment. So we get this more holistic understanding of what's happening and also what it means. So another priority of AOK is to make the observations useful and accessible for local planning and for resource use and management. There's been a recent push more broadly to engage with federal and state managers and policymakers. So here, observer Billy Adams from Utqiagvik says that he's learned a lot by working with federal agencies in the past. Want to work better. It's something that's within our sights, but we still have a long way to go. And he goes on to expand a little bit, saying working with decision makers can be benefited when we have more people at the table. Many decision makers don't know our lifestyle, don't know what it's like to live in communities or to be a Inupiat. We have a lot to learn from each other. And so it would be beneficial to have local experts to share about our traditional and cultural foods and issues and using our observations. And I'll just mention that another priority of AOK has been to support the next generation of Indigenous leaders and scholars. Because AOK is coordinated by the University of Alaska Fairbanks, which is an Alaska Native serving institution, we can work on engagement by providing work, providing research, and providing funding opportunities for UAF graduate and undergraduate Alaska Native students. So here are 3 current and recent students. Mick Lindley is a PhD student in fisheries. Kim Pickhook is a master's student in interdisciplinary studies. And I'll point out Roberta Glenn, who finished her degree in geosciences with AOK in 2022 and has since then taken an increasing leadership role within AOK. So she is now staff with the project as our project coordinator and community liaison. So each student had come to the table with their own disciplinary interests that link into AOK, but they've also recognized that the being involved with this project provides space for peer mentorship, but also support from Alaska Native experts. And so here a quote from Mick saying, because of the long-standing trusted relationships that AOK has built with observers, I've been able to learn from people across the Arctic who are eager to support us students and our work through AOK, which is something I otherwise wouldn't have. It's given me a lot of confidence in developing my identity as a Western natural scientist and an Indigenous person to learn from Indigenous people who support me and my work. So there are lots of ways to learn more about AOK. We had a recent paper come out in Arctic Science. We have a really active Facebook page where we are regularly posting observations and insights from like satellite observations, that kind of thing. And then we have a newsletter that gets mailed to all post office box holders twice a year. It's also available digitally. And so if you send me a direct message in the chat with your email, I can add you to that distribution list if you're interested as well. So just a few more comments before I finish up. In the context of supporting future Indigenous leaders, I also wanted to make a quick nod to a graduate student focused project at UAF. In particular, the work of AOK is aligning with this NSF-funded graduate student program to which I'm affiliate faculty. So there are 19 predominantly Alaska Native graduate students within a program called DMUMTA, because it includes our current AOK students. And in terms of just a note about representation, so Alaska Native people make up nearly 20% of our state's population, but less than 3% of students and less than 1% of faculty within the College of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences at UAF were Alaska Native before this program, before DMUMTA started. So there's also been a near complete absence of Alaska Native people in state and federal resource management bodies, and a near complete absence of Indigenous knowledge that's being taught or guiding management. And so this project started Damumta. It's a word that means all of us in Yupik and Sugpiaq languages. It's a program at UAF centered on elevating the 14,000 plus years of Indigenous stewardship and bridging Indigenous and Western sciences to transform graduate education and research in fisheries and marine sciences. So along the sides here, I've just listed out some of the additional activities within the program that are targeted at inclusion and equity. And I will point you to the leadership team of this project, including Doctors Courtney Carruthers, Charlene Stern, Jessica Black, Peter Wesley, and Sonia Ibarra. They would be great resources to learn more. And as Katie mentioned, yeah, I'm not trying to sell any books, but I wanted to mention this example of a different kind of product or outcome when we do these scientific collaborations in communities. So we have a new children's book that is, well, it's couched as a children's book, but really has a lot more to it. So we're weaving Indigenous knowledge by contributions from elders in Kotzebue. We're weaving in some sidebars on the science that's been done in collaboration with the Native Village of Kotzebue for decades, and telling the story also about Nutchik, a ring seal pup, who's growing up on the sea ice in Kotzebue Sound. So I've heard from my colleagues, my friends in Kotzebue, that this has been actually a product that came out of our scientific collaborations that's very meaningful. It's something that, you know, we can hand out to people in the community. All of the kids are getting it. It's actually getting distributed free copies around coastal Alaska. And so, you know, just a plug for like these other ways of communicating and giving back to communities as well. So I'm going to wrap up, but center us in the words of some of the elders from Kotzebue. Here, Cyrus Harris is talking about the importance of valuing different ways of knowing, how Indigenous people have been observing their environment since time immemorial. He says, Indigenous people from way back in the day, they've always studied the climate and the weather as a way of survival. It gives them an idea of what conditions are going to look like for harvesting in certain areas or for traveling. Bobby Schaefer is one of the AOK observers. He was also an elder for the Akagvik-Sikukin team. And Bobby really has a sense of urgency around climate change. He says, we can't shut our eyes to climate change. It's not going to go away. We have to change what we're doing. Otherwise, there's no hope. Getting people to understand the importance of climate change, because we're talking about future generations that are going to live it. So he's, you know, really hoping for advocacy around climate change action. And then another elder in Kotzebue, John Goodwin, said that we worked together as a team. It was not one-sided. It was not only from the science department with the Akagvik-Sikukin. We worked with the locals and us elders, and by doing that, you get better results. And I really love this last sentence from John, you know, that you get better results. I think he hits the nail on the head with that comment. For me personally, these projects have been transformational in how I approach my work in marine ecology. You know, as I mentioned, as a marine mammal scientist working in Alaska, climate change has really visceral impacts. And we need all of the data and information that's available. And we need to embrace opportunities to work together with knowledge holders who are on the front lines of climate change. So I'd like to end by highlighting that research that originates with Indigenous knowledge, accounts for local values, also has the potential to lead to more inclusive, sustainable, and equitable outcomes in the face of rapid and accelerating climate change. So I will end there, say teku kainapuk, thank you, and if there's some time, I'd be happy to answer questions.
There is some time, Donna, and we got a couple good ones in the chat here. Ramy, just be ready. I'm coming to you to say yours out loud because it's a long one with some historical content. But we're gonna go to the one from Polar Educators International. Donna, did anything go wrong ever? Seems like it's perfect, right? Like, oh, it's so good and everything, you know. And the results were better. Everybody felt happy. They were proud of the ways it went. Yeah. What went wrong? Let's get to the underbelly, Donna.
No, I mean, I think that's an excellent question. I think that for the Ikagvik project, we were set up really well, but I think that, you know, I'm able to reflect a little bit on like what I would have maybe done differently now than when I started some of this community engaged work. You know, I feel like, you know, I always came to this with like a genuine interest and you know, really wanting to build relationships, but also not understanding all of the historical context that we bring as, you know, colonialists, as settlers to these areas. And so I made mistakes as I went along, and I'll just talk about my own personal journey, I guess. And I feel like I stumbled through it a little bit, and with the grace of my friends and colleagues, and the elders who gently corrected me, or maybe even used some scolding, but like, you know, like instead of being like turned off by that or stopping to do the work, I tried to listen and to learn. And so I think that like some of the things that I've learned is like, if you're going to start a new project in a community, do some research, do some of your own education about you know, do some cultural humility training, learn about racial equity, learn about the particular region and the people and the communities that you're working with. And then I would also say that I've learned a lot over time about sovereignty. So, you know, when we approach communities, at least in Alaska, tribes, as I mentioned, there's 229 tribes, which is a really complicated landscape for researchers to come into. But also we need to recognize that those tribes are the ones that we should be working with when we're talking about working with communities first, and provide resources to support people to engage as well as share their knowledge and their research. So I don't know, I think certainly things went wrong, but I guess what I'll try to frame that more as like things that I've learned along the way.
I like that, Donna. I like that. There's another question in the chat before Ramey's awesome question. So a lot of people in this Zoom room are not from, their ancestors are indigenous to someplace else than the communities they're working in. When you get asked, and like all of us have been giving talks in this conference on behalf of projects from places that we're not from, and very seldom are the folks that are from those places talking in these spaces. And can you talk, I know that you try to amplify the voices of your emerging leaders. For example, Roberta Glenn did the Arctic report card announcement, not you. Can you talk about like how you navigate that tension, and yeah, and what kind of decision, how your decision-making process goes when you're invited to do something like this?
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a balancing act, and I haven't figured it out completely, but just from my perspective of trying to be a good ally, I mean, I think so. Absolutely, we are trying to increasingly move over and make space for Indigenous scholars and amplify their voices when we can. And so, as I mentioned, Roberta Turok Glenn Barade now. She is increasingly stepping forward to take leadership of this project. But there's also times where it's like important to recognize that we need to balance like what we're asking of all of those folks. They're incredibly busy and they get asked for things all the time. And so there are places where I can step in and provide that support. So like, for example, right now, Roberta and I are working on 2 proposals that are due tomorrow. And it's really awesome to be able to be in a position where I can say, hey, Roberta, you take the PI status of this proposal and you lead it and try to, you know, grow your skills. And I can take the request to share a keynote presentation. So there's things like that. Also in my presentations, I think it's really, you know, what I try to do is set my own positionality in entering that work, recognize that I am not Indigenous, and then include videos and quotes and pictures that are representing their voices. One of the things that we have done with the AOK network, and speaking specifically with the observers, is to ask them, you know, about audience for who do they want to be using their observations? Who do they want to be accessing them? and how. And overwhelmingly, the response from our observers is that they want their observations to be out there. They want them to be used with limits, right? So we have developed a data use agreement, and some protections around some of the information that we share, but they do want their voices to be amplified. And so, it's for me, I try to spend a lot of time listening and following the lead from our observers, and from my colleagues, my knowledge holder friends, to make things happen. And I will, also acknowledge I'm in a place of privilege and have power in my position. And so being able to use that and step forward at times where, I can carry some of that burden of the requests, and point to their contributions.
Thanks, Donna. Okay, Ramey's got his camera up, and Ethan, I see your question in the chat and your hand up, and it looks like we have enough time to get to Ramey and you, Ethan, and then Nathaniel, we'll see where we get after that. Okay, so Ramey, go for it.
I think, good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much. Everyone, I think, hopefully can read what I wrote in the chat. And I think in relevance to this presentation, and then generally this conference, and then the presentations yesterday, when we have a bottleneck where we are, and we have the research or dollars or personalities or people that can come through here and spend time here, the ability to have that science and those stories, this work and these conversations, so many in generations before have struggled to themselves as the people that they are, as aunties and uncles, as parents, as people that were from Massachusetts or from California, and for whatever reason, the last frontier or UAF or science or something brought them here, and then something was amiss, and they worked to try to figure out how that translated. And so they asked, and they asked a lot of other scientists, and they asked of other who lived here from the rivers that fished or whatever those things were. And so that body of science and that conveyance, with institutions like the university and within science, within our communities, just to sum that up, I'm just thankful that we are here, we are still present, that those stories that we won't ever know, that have never gotten written, that those are a part of the science of the phenomena that our words and our data are still trying to make sense of. And that's with us each. So yeah, I just have a lot of admiration for these efforts to continue forward, and there's even more to it in practice.
Thanks, Ramey. Profound, as always. That is what this is all about. Ethan, you had your hand raised. Did you want to say it out loud? Yeah.
Sure. Thanks for that really inspiring presentation, Donna. And what sometimes holds me back when I'm thinking about trying to do some of this work as a researcher is thinking of publications, like outlets to publish in. And some of the mainstream journals might not appreciate this work, unfortunately. And have you ever run into that? Or I was trying to note what journals you were publishing in.
I have run into that problem. So the Ikagovik project in particular, we had a paper that was titled "Co-production of Knowledge," blah blah blah, and not blah blah blah, but like there was more to the title, so, and we were showing impacts of sea ice loss on access and availability of traditional resources. And so we actually shot pretty high initially with submitting that journal article, thinking like, hey, this is all of the buzz, people are talking about it, there's lots of interest. And it took like over a year to get that paper published. It was the hardest paper I've ever gotten published. We ended up going to like 3 or 4 journals, and it always reviewed super well. Like the reviews from the reviewers were actually really good. There was never anything about the science or the statistics or whatever. What ended up being the challenge was like the journal editors often saying like, hey, this is interesting, but like not cutting edge science, or that kind of thing. And so it took a little bit of time and persistence. In the case of the AOK paper that we recently published last year, we went to the journal Arctic Science, and that's a journal that's out of Canada. And I would, shout out to all the Canadian researchers that are doing really awesome collaborations with community members and having Inuit people like lead the research, right? So I think that there are some spaces that are opening up, and that's one journal I would point you towards. Before we submitted that journal, or before we submitted that article, we asked things like, hey, we want to do a summary in it's actually written in Inupiaq, and asked would they be open to that, and the answer was yes. We included co-authors, Indigenous co-authors in both cases, then Ikavik-Sikukun and AOK, but we included quotes and Inupiaq terminology and those sorts of things. And so they created the space for us to highlight some of that Indigenous knowledge. And so I will shout out to Arctic Science Journal.
There you go, Ethan. There's your journal. Thank you so much, Donna. There are some more questions in the chat that look like you can answer via chatting back, and lots of love for you, Donna. Thank you for taking the time when you should be writing some proposals. Just joking. You and Roberta should be writing proposals. The next session that we're heading into is our main session for the day. And thank you so much for sticking with us here. So this we'll have 13-minute talk time blocks, and then we'll do the lightning sessions. After each talk, we'll have a little bit of time for questions for those individual longer talks. And then we'll do the back-to-back lightning talks in a big chunk, and then Q&A for those lightning talks at the end. And yeah, use that hand raise tool if you're able, or put your questions into the chat, and the facilitators will pull them from the chat. So first up in our main session, we have Vera Solovyenia. My husband's trying to get everybody ready to go to school. And Vera will be talking about fire and water, Indigenous ecological knowledge, and climate challenges in the Republic of Sakha.
Thank you very much. I'm actually very excited to hear Donna's presentation. It's really talks to me because in one hand I'm a researcher, on the other hand I am Indigenous elder who advocate for the collaborative research and for the collaborative projects with Indigenous people. Right now, I am originally from Sakha Republic, and now I'm resides in United States of America. And before I was working with my homeland people, but now, because unfortunately due to this war of Russia and Ukraine, I'm going to work with Alaskan people, and I really also advocate for the recognition of Indigenous values and ethic, and just to make Indigenous people be equal partners in any projects, like with any researchers who come to Alaska or who work to Canada or maybe later in Siberia to work together with Indigenous people. So today I would like to present our research that's was recently published. It's Fire and Water, Indigenous Ecological Knowledge and Climate Changes in the Republic of Sakha-Yakutia. It's in my homeland. We wrote together with my dear Sakha colleagues Lilia Vinokurova and Victoria Filipova, who live in Sakha Republic. And we hope that this project will be helpful to many Indigenous people in Arctic. So this article, so this research was based on the research based on two research foundations of grants. It's a self-doctoral dissertation grant that I did in 2015-2017, and also other project that's like where my colleagues were participated. So here I want to show you that location of Sakha Republic and the size. You can see this, the Republic is really big and it's mostly covered by boreal forest. And in the Arctic, it's has a tundra zone. Here, look at that. Recently in 2022, Sakha Republic became center of the global attention because there was like a huge wild forest fires. And here you can see a satellite image of the smoke from forest fires in the Republic of Sakha-Yakutia. That the thick smoke sprawled over an area of more than 3,000 kilometers from east to west and 4,000 kilometers from south to north. It was covered like in not only the Republic of Sakha, but also like got to the China, got to the different other countries. And it was an actual disaster. That year that summer I was in my homeland and I saw how difficult that year summer was due to very thick smoke. Many people experiences difficulty with breathing because air was highly polluted with forest fires, smoke. And as already many people know, one of the reasons of the forest fires is climate change. So climate change is also a reason of catastrophic flooding in my homeland, which now happen more often due to thawing permafrost and other climate change consequences. Scientists are predicting that natural cataclysms such as forest fires and catastrophic floods will happen more frequently and with more global consequences. In other words, climate change represents a serious threat for peoples, animals, plants, and lands. The global process raises serious challenges to the well-being of people through the entire world, including their health, water supply, and food security. So climate change raises urgent questions society need to answer. Here the urgent questions. How can people can adapt to environmental change triggered by climate change? And what environmental lessons can be gained from past disasters to prevent or at least ease the consequences for people? To find answer to these questions, it is vital to study the experience of the indigenous people, since they are the first who face and adapt to the impacts of climate change due to their dependency from natural resources in their traditional livelihood. So we tried in our research, we tried to find in our that published article, we tried to find some answers by systemizing climate change consequences in Sakha Republic, studying impacts of climate change on indigenous people's lives, the adaptation strategies, and explained findings from the Western science. In this slide, you see a positive trend of increasing of the annual mean temperature in the Sakha Republic entire territory over the past few decades. The rise in temperature has numerous consequences for the fragile northern ecosystem, from increasing tundra zone, changes in precipitations level, changes in biodiversity, and others. However, in this presentation, I will not cover only, I'll cover only two dangerous consequences of climate change: floods and wildfires. So here it's you see a graph of the flood on the river Indikirka. You can see a rising trend in the maximum level of the river Indikirka. However, the risk of flooding is constantly increasing, in particular all northern rivers areas such River Lena, Viluy, Kolyma, and others. And the rise in the water level threatens villages and cities that are located by the river. Floods can destroy the infrastructure, including roads and bridges. Floods also can submerge the hay gathering fields that the indigenous people use. For example, in 2013, 92% of all the hay gathered fields in Oymyakon, Ulus, in the Republic of Sakha, where I conducted my dissertation research, were under the water due to unusually heavy rains that year. And these are unfortunate events happening in that area for in a row. Indigenous peoples were forced to rid off their cattle because they couldn't gather enough hay sufficient for the winter. After flooding, the houses are often damaged because the water under the houses cannot recede downward due to the permafrost. So it stays under the house until winter. And then in the winter, the water freezes, expanding in volume and raises the foundations of the house unevenly, damaging it. Sometimes the damage is so big that the residents have to abandon their homes, as it happens here in that I made a picture of abandoned house. Sometimes it becomes impossible to build a new house despite planning because of this bulging of the permafrost. After flooding, the houses and the barns became also wetter and colder in winter. That is often resulted in health complications. They also wet houses require more firewood to make the houses and barns drier and warmer. It is not only contributed to climate change by releasing more carbon dioxide, but it also very expensive, especially considering that many indigenous peoples in rural area are poor. Village residents are forced to remove the floors in houses to dry and change the soil under the house. This work is very labor intensive and not always effective. Negative consequences after floods can last a very long time, years and years and years. One of them is timber fungi that grow on the dam logs and destroys the basis logs of the house and barns. And as you know, fungi are also very allergic, have very allergic effect for the people. Floods also intensify soil erosion, which contributes to faster release of greenhouse gases stored in permafrost. But here's a question: how indigenous people can adapt to flood? Here's some adaptation strategies. If landscape allows indigenous peoples remove the water from hay fields by digging ditches, as you can see here. Unfortunately, the ditches are not a silver bullet and can't solve all problems with submerged hay fields, especially if the landscape is flat. Regarding settlements, adaptation strategies indigenous people use, follow adaptations indigenous people use. First, there's like total relocation of the population of the population center. Second, partial relocation of a settlement. However, these methods are very expensive and often it is impossible to use them because there's no funding. So people have to adapt without relocation. In some villages, indigenous people started to construct houses in pillars. Pillars are very unusual in the rural area. This type of adaptation is very vivid in the village of Bitenkir in the Verkhoyansk region. A fourth method of flood adaptation for the indigenous peoples is following of traditions of mutual assistance and hospitality. Flood victims can live for years for free in the relatives or even neighboring houses when their homes were damaged after being flooded until they resolve questions of their new place of residence. Unfortunately, there's like a government help to the victim of flood, it's very limited. So people has to figure out themselves how to manage consequences of these disasters. So here you can see, as I told, it's like many people use hospitality of their relatives and neighbors. And here you can see a diagram of one of the village where 6 households out of the 28 households were living under one roof. The reasons for this joint habitation can be varied. Like grandson is living with the grandmother, or neighbors spend their days in their own houses, but gathered for the night in one house to save wood and electricity. But there are also families living in their relatives' home because their houses became not suitable for living after being flooded. At the preparatory, there's like some preventive measures are taken by administrations of the region, districts, and village levels. These prevent measures can be divided on 3 stages. So first one, it's analysis of Roshydromet data of Russian Hydromet data. Then second stage is operational stage. It conducted in March and April usually. In this period, plans for measures to mitigate risk and response to emergency situations are elaborated. So local authorities receive forecast of the river ice break and Roshydromet's real-time monitoring data, and preventative measures for averting ice jams are developed. All this is coordinated with relevant organs of state and republic administrations. The third stage is a preventative stage and begins 1 of 2 months before the river ice starts breaking up in April, May. At this stage, the network of hydrometric posts and monitoring are expanded. There is constant informing of local administrations and the population of the risk of flood. Some preventative measures can include evacuation of the population, domestic livestock, and more. In contrast with well-prepared organization steps to prevent floods, disaster fires in summer 2001 and 2002 revealed multiple mistakes on the federal level and lack of coordination among the institutions and organizations responsible for putting out and preventing fires. So unfortunately, only 14% of forest was protected in the Republic of Sakha. So many that due to climate change, a lot of forest fires happened. Indigenous people were faced the fire and tried to save the indigenous communities using only shovels and like a practical bare hands. That people from World War Fund, they actually. I was very disappointed to read that it's the head of this for firefighters. He blamed indigenous people to make fires because of their religion, but it's never happened. It's like because later on it was conclusion that climate change was a reason of the forest fires in my homeland. And then it just like in conclusion, I just want to say that like people, indigenous people can save their traditional, save their communities from forest fires by using their traditional practice of burning last year grass and using traditional fire management safety rules. Like that. So it's important to continue. However, in Russia, there's a ban on this traditional management, fire management, and I don't know, like, is it possible to revert this law or not?
Thank you so much, Vera. Will you put, the slides will be available to everybody because I know I saw some very rich content in there that I would love to learn more about. So your PDF will be posted and sent to everybody. And If folks have questions, please put them in the chat for Vera. What a cool project. All right, we're gonna move on to another part of the world. We're going back to Canada here. We're gonna bring up Kelsey, and we're running a few minutes behind here. Kelsey's gonna be talking about Siku, which we heard a little bit about yesterday when and Sophie's involved in that project, and we heard some presentations already using the app. So take it away, Kelsey.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kelsey Krause, and just for reference, I'm coming out of Halifax in Nova Scotia on the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. I am a Siku Outreach Coordinator with the Arctic Ider Society, and in this presentation, I'm going to share how Siku, the Indigenous Knowledge and Social Network, can be used in supporting Indigenous-led monitoring and community-driven research by showcasing one of the longest-running projects on Siku. First, we're going to start with the bare bones, the story of Siku, what it is and where it came from. So, Siku is a free mobile app and web platform made by Indigenous communities for Indigenous communities. It was created by the Arctic Ider Society, which is an Inuit-led nonprofit based in Sanikiluaq, Nunavut. The community of Sanikiluaq has a long history of advocating for Indigenous self-determination and environmental stewardship and leading meaningful collaboration between Inuit knowledge, Western science through publications like Voices from the Bay in the 1990s, and more recently the film People of a Feather. And another part of the story of the Arctic Ider Society and Siku includes one of the elders in Sanikiluaq, Peter Katuk, who sadly passed away a few years ago. I want to let Lucasy tell some of that story since he isn't able to be here in person. Lucasy and others from Sanikiluaq are currently spearheading the creation of an Inuit protected and conserved area. So let's hope the video sound works.
The sound isn't coming through, Kelsey.
The sound is not working? Okay. I think I'm gonna skip over it for now, but I just want to say, just because it'll also save us time. But Lucasy essentially talks about Peter, and Peter was often found at the flow edge and hunting seals. And despite having extensive knowledge about the land, Peter often found that his knowledge was not being taken seriously by researchers who were coming to Sanikiluaq. And this is because it wasn't written down, and often research relies on what is written down and measurable. And this matters because research is often used to make important decisions about the environment, and the people who know the most about the topic were not even being included. And so Peter wanted a tool that would make it easy for him and other harvesters to document what they see in every day on the land, so that when they're sitting across from the table from government, researchers, and industry, they can have the power of written data on their side as well. And Peter understood that no app could or should replace traditional knowledge and practices, but he did believe that it would help show the researchers and that the observations he was sharing with them were real and should be taken seriously. And the Arctic Ider Society carries this belief. So in the snippet of the video of Lucasy, he talked a lot about Peter spending time at the flow edge observing seals. And so when Peter was at the flow edge, he noticed that the diets of the seals were changing from fish to shrimp. And this meant that big changes could be happening to the ecosystem. So once Siku was created, a project was started that showed the difference in seal stomach contents between summer and winter. While out on the land, hunters would take a picture of the seal they caught and take a picture of the stomach contents, and then use Siku to tag the stomach contents and tag the ice condition. And Inuit led this study from start to finish. By having this way to record it, the community of Sanikiluaq could lead the research themselves and make it harder for their knowledge to be dismissed. You can see here that the diets of seals did vary quite a bit between summer and winter, with shrimp being majority of the diet in the winter and fish being much more of the diet in the summer. So the Arctic Ider Society now works across Inuit Nunangat and are starting to work with other Indigenous communities in Canada, as well as across Inuit Nunat as well. Siku is now being used by more than 26,000 harvesters, hunters, and travelers, and by numerous organizations to support Indigenous-led research, environmental monitoring, guardians programs, and establishment of protected areas. It's a tool for harvesters, most importantly, though. So hunters can use Siku to keep track of their harvests and trips, including where they go and what they see along the way. This can include signs of wildlife like nests or tracks, harvesting stories, egg and berry picking, and more. And Siku is for the hunter. When someone makes a post on Siku, they own and can control what happens to their data. Siku uses a stewardship framework that allows people to choose how their posts are used, if at all. And Siku is also a tool for safety. Siku supports navigation. The app has a GPS map with marine and terrestrial information, satellite imagery, and weather services that people can use out on the land or before they go out on their trip. Users can also use it to share ice conditions, safety information with others in the community by taking photos and tagging ice and Inuktitut. By tagging Inuktitut ice terms, users are able to more accurately describe ice conditions, better supporting safe ice travel. And people can also participate in community-driven and led research projects, including environmental monitoring, guardians programs, and even supporting the establishment of IPCAs. And on the larger scale, users can contribute to Arctic-wide initiatives like IceWatch and GooseWatch challenges run by the Arctic Eider Society. IceWatch helps Inuit and their communities across Inuit Nunangat monitor climate change at an unprecedented scale. And similarly, the GooseWatch Challenge helps hunters track the spring goose migration throughout the north. And there are 4 key principles that have shaped how we develop Siku and how we think about its future. On Siku, all users must follow these same guiding principles if they want to use the platform. So the first is that Indigenous knowledge and rights are respected on Siku, as it is a social platform putting Indigenous rights first. Second is that it is a tool to support self-determination. Siku helps document the way data has always formed the basis of Indigenous knowledge and mobilizes it for use in community-based monitoring, guardians programs, and supports self-determination in research, education, and environmental stewardship. Users own their posts and can choose what happens with their data. Intellectual property ownership is maintained through an informed data stewardship framework, which can be adjusted by the user anytime on the app. And the last one is that there's no fake news. Users and posts need to be real so that it protects the integrity of Indigenous knowledge and ensures safety information is real. And to showcase this, I want to talk about how Siku supports a whole community approach to environmental monitoring with the community-driven Hecate project in Sanikiluaq. So it started with the Seal Diet project that was inspired by Peter, has since expanded to many different types of wildlife. And since 2018, a whole community approach has been taken through the Sanikiluaq Hecate Steering Committee to support meetings with government and regional organizations in support of creating an Inuit-governed protected area for the Belcher Islands. And this project has moved well beyond Seal Summit contents. As I mentioned, a large part of the community is now taking part in documenting a wide range of wildlife. And the result is a really solid set of data that the community is gathering together, which they can then use to assess the current state of their land and marine environment as they establish this protected area. So the project has continued to grow since the beginning. Between April 1st in 2022 and March 31st in 2023, almost 250 people were contributing high quality data through over 7,500 posts. And over 20 species were documented on the project as well. Participants also traveled almost 500,000 kilometers during this year, showing real-time land use activities. And so just to talk a little more about what can be done with this data and what the community can see from everything they observed, I'm going to talk about eider ducks because I can't come from the Arctic Eider Society and not talk about them. Using Siku, people can record the timing of the fall hunt, late spring and early summer egg down collecting, and hunting at the flow edge in the winter. And this graph here really shows how the harvesting peaks in the fall with lower activity in the shoulder seasons. And the type of data that was gathered was guided by Indigenous knowledge. For instance, elders in Sanikiluaq compare the number of juveniles and adults in the fall to help understand post-fledgling survival rates. So on Siku, the project was designed around this Indigenous knowledge so that the project could compare the number of juveniles to adults to help determine post-fledgling survival rates. And Siku also has a nesting survey tool to document down and breeding productivity, supporting the year-round harvest data for timing of hatching and nest success rates. The data of eider duck harvesting and egg picking provides key data for the community to use real-time management of eiders for sustainable stewardship of eider down resources that are being developed as part of conservation economies. And this type of data exists for the 20 types of species that are being recorded on Siku in the area. So Siku supports long-term engagement with the whole community, which you can see here, and shares that there's a more comprehensive knowledge to use in decision-making. And the community of Sanikiluaq has even been able to take the Inuit seasonal calendar that was produced through interviews with elders when making the Voices for the Bay in the 1990s and update it with all the additional knowledge contributed by the community of Sanikiluaq on Siku. So the solid lines in the calendar represent existing data contributed by the elders for the Voices for the Bay in the 1990s. The dots on this represent data from the Hecate project on CQ, which support much of the data contributed by the elders you can see here, but it also shows how the timing of harvests have changed in the last 30 years. And real-time data with CQ not only contributed to the resource inventory that we saw in previous slides, but also allows direct measurement of the social return on investment, or the SROI. This is related to the development of conservation economies for the Hecate area. So between 2020 and 2021, over 66,000 of harvested country food was posted on the project on CQ. And the harvest from this period has an estimated market value of almost $1 billion when compared to substitute store-bought foods. And as the project has only grown since 2021, impacts like these have also likely grown. So in conclusion, CQ has many unique tools that support community-led research, environmental monitoring, guardians programs, and the establishment of protected areas such as the Hecate protected area. But beyond these tangible benefits of high-quality data collection, this project has many additional benefits for Sinikiluaq in the Hecate protected area as well. This real-time land use and occupancy data has already played a key role in decision-making by the HTA, namely around reindeer management on the islands. A whole of community approach that is being used provides comprehensive information that will contribute to long-term monitoring and stewardship of marine and terrestrial wildlife for Hecate. And this project supports a conservation economy by providing income to help cover costs for harvesting through honoraria, making it more affordable for people to engage in land use activities and environmental stewardship while contributing to their own food security. And the use of CQ for this project also supports knowledge transfer among hunters across the community. And by including annexed terminology, CQ also supports language preservation. And just on the last note, CQ is always evolving and adding new features, and we improve and refine the platform based on feedback from CQ users. We also develop new tools and features guided by user feedback, with the highest priority being given to tools and features that are requested by Indigenous partners. CQ is literally being advanced by the needs of Indigenous partners. So for instance, we're adding weather posts and hazards and impact posts, both of which have been asked for by multiple Indigenous organizations and users. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. We have on your question timer, we have 1 minute left, and we'll take one question if there is a question, and we'll bring you back at the Q&A time period too.
Hi, Kelsey. Thank you for your presentation. My name's Tosh, and I was just wondering, I know we only have 1 minute, but if you could share a little bit more about the conservation economy aspect and kind of like who did that, or how you came up with those values.
Yeah, so we actually have on the Hecate website a report that you can access, and I can put, or Sophie can put the link to it in there if she hasn't already. But it's basically people were hired for the project for full-time staff. Project members were given honoraria for their posts and contributions to help support on the land activities, pay for gas and equipment and stuff. And then also the harvested food, obviously people are eating it and sharing it among community members. So there's a lot of different aspects to it, and I don't want to go too much over time, but I will put the link in the comment.
Thanks. Great question, Tosh. All right, Jill, don't forget your question. We're gonna move on to the next speaker here. We have Kitok coming up with the oh boy, Olaka Hutmut Hunter and Trappers Committee.
Hello there. Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Doing great.
Hello, Kafi Damafi. I was asked to speak in my language. So hello, Kafi Damafi. Hello to you all. Uvanga Roland Dina. Unalu Tony Alanak. Havak Paktugut. Urhaktok Amo. Kwanak Perkutin Miti Lacherapta Ublumi. Havak Paktugut. Patrick Kituk Hamaningit Toktaja Havak Pakami Alangnik. Ipahak Kaili Haptok. Nanokhyo Pakami. Taja Tony Lu Miti Lakiyut. Okang Nelagama Havak Pakapta Damna CTD Taryong Mi Havak Paktugut. Sikitumik Taryong Mut Upakpaktugut. ikutak pagtugot, drill a hole, and we lower down the CTD. I don't know how you say the CTD, but we lower the CTD, and now nek paktok kafwechonik. I don't know how you say the volume and the salinity and temperature, and it reads a few other. I forgot what's those, but kwanak ko din hawak pagtugot in tagyong mit inakapta kay waktugot computer mit iliyokak pagtugot information and aulak pagtuk to Helen or Helen mut kakatawang mut kwanak ko din.
Thank you.
And Tony's gonna speak a little bit too.
Okay. Well, when we go out for work, we go out on ice, and we do CTD, ROV work, and we find big lobsters, we find phytoplankton, we find crabs, we find big cods, we find mussels in the sand.
We see some reefs.
Yes.
And I don't know what it is at the bottom of the ocean. It's in sandy areas. There's little skinny mounds we see about that high. I don't know what those were from. It's cool stuff we see under there though. When we lower the we let the CTD read about a minute at the top of the water, and then we lower it down and we let it read for another minute or so, and then we lift it up to the top again, and we do that 2 times to read the information it needs to read down at the bottom of the ocean.
And we went to Fish Lake this fall, and when we went to the big lake at Fish Lake, right in the middle, right at the bottom, there's 1% salinity. In the big lake of Fish Lake where we do our chart fishing, we put the CTD right to the deepest part of Fish Lake, and there is 1% salt, 1% salinity. Thought that is neat.
1% salt in a 1% salt in a lake, clear water. I don't know how that managed. But yep. After we collect all our data, we
put it in the computer.
We enter the information, the data into the computer, and we send it off to Helen. That's our work we do.
Thank you, Roland. Thank you, Tony. And I was just wondering if Manny's on. I know there's been a bit of a blizzard going through Sachs Harbor, but Manny, I don't know if you're there to join in on the talk. Otherwise, I can just carry on with the data. So I can't see if Manny's there. He did say there was a blizzard, and that's from the Sachs Harbor Hunters and Trappers. Manny is the RP, and he was going to join, but I just want to quickly go back just a bit, Roland and Tony. We just wanted to explain the key goals, which are to, of course, I think everyone can relate. You want to secure long-term funding for the core program, but also the team are ready, willing, and prepared to take on clients. Anyone who wants to hire them to do this work in their territory, they have agreements and formal data sharing protocols and are willing to work with clients all over the world. Of course, the team are contributing to the traditional and indigenous knowledge base, and they support community-directed monitoring, protection and conservation management under the principles of the Inuvialuit Final Agreement. They support the priorities of the ISR, Inuvialuit Settlement Region, community conservation plans, and they support community empowerment, add to the local employment, build upon existing community resilience in this era of multiple stressors, including, of course, the global climate crisis. And program is directed by traditional and local knowledge. I was hoping if Adam was here, Adam would read these things out. It's a busy day, I know, up in the OHTC. They're having their board meeting today. Anyway, so just wanted to quickly review some of the findings from our interviews from 2021. These go on every year, ideally, but these 5 points from the elders who have, number 1 point, seen a range of changes related to warming and climate change that cause them serious concern, including concern for the safety of those traveling on ice, but also for the health of the ocean and the community's ability to access country food in the future. The elders believe young people need to be better informed concerning traditional knowledge related to hunting and fishing, but also related to climate change. The elders would like to see youth more involved in meetings and ongoing work related to climate change. The elders realize climate change has resulted in a heightened reliance on Western technology, but they continue to hold necessary knowledge that young people will need in the future. Communication among the generations, they find, still is challenging, or it holds challenges. Elders describe the interconnectedness of different species, the land, ice, snow, oceans, and tides, as well as external events, forest fires, and how changes in any one impacts the other. And finally, the elders witness to changes, they are witness to changes in existing species and to arrival of new species in the Inuvialuit sediment region. These are just a few of the quotes that we've pulled out from 2021. I just wanted to highlight this one too, the services. Roland and Tony, I've got to put this one in right at the bottom of community service. There's a sunken snowmobile here. So the guys not only are doing amazing science and observations and collecting traditional knowledge to inform their program, but they're also just helping out in general for the community. And no one was hurt when that snowmobile went under. And in fact, they were able to retrieve the snowmobile, which I think you guys, where was it? How many feet?
It was 55 meters down and we found it with the ROV.
Incredible. I can't, you got, that's a great story. For another time, we've got to tell that story, you guys. So the second, you both touched on this with your data that you come back, as we know, mentioned before, that the community is completely in control of all the data. We follow the OCAP, which stands for ownership, community ownership, control, access, and possession of the data. The data, as we have shown, is collected by the experts that you see here, Tony and Roland. We present the work at data workshops, open house events. We have a lot more to do on that score. And we review all the TLK and scientific data in a holistic sort of sense, thanks to traditional knowledge for kind of educating us and showing how to look at this data properly. Also very, very happy to mention that the Indigenous intellectual property rights are upheld by the United Nations Declaration on the Indigenous Peoples Act, UNDRIP, adopted in Canada, June 2021. That's made a tremendous difference. It's still being felt. We're still figuring it out, and very exciting. Let's see now. So the data, I'm just going to show this very quickly. There's two sets of data here. On your left is from the Sachs Harbor IAMO team. They collect data all year round on their CTD, temperature, salinity, and turbidity, which you see from the top is temperature. On the horizontal axis, you have the in Celsius for American viewers. This is in Celsius, from -2 to 10 degrees on the horizontal axis. And then, of course, depth on the vertical axis, down to 25 meters in this case. I'm not going to go into too much detail. We could sit here all day talking about this data. As you can see, it's very dense and complex. But if you just look at the top temperature graph on the left, you see that at all different times of years, you have expected differences in temperature, but it all comes down to a stable temperature at 15 degrees. This spans 4 years of stability. Same with the salinity, and the turbidity is relatively low at that point. And I just wanted to move you over to the right side where there's another long-term time series that Tony and Roland are doing with Kituk and their elder director. And again, it's water temperature at the top, same thing with Celsius, -2 to 6 in this point. And it's all year round, lots of data. Really, I'm just trying to show you and compare that this data is taken about, what is it, you guys? It's about 2.5 kilometers, I think, from the, excuse me, I just went back out of there, sorry. 2.5 kilometers from the town.
Yeah.
About so.
That's
we
about,
have, we have different GPS locations which are closer and further from town. So
right.
Our locations range.
Yes, exactly. And I think you've explained it to me that there are like about 8 of F, about six stations, if you see them all marked as a kind of a station 5. And that's due to ridging and access, difficulty accessing the exact same spot every time. Just wanting to mention some of the challenges that the guys are facing. And also just to highlight that the difference between these two, Sax Harbor versus the Uluk-Haktok data. The Sax Harbor one is in the river. It's mostly influenced by the river and it's extremely stable, as you see, at 15 meters. Whereas all the data that is being taken at Station 5 on the right is outside of the harbor and very dynamic, and so much to talk about there, but we won't today. Just wanted to give you an example of the extremely good and high accuracy, high resolution, high precision of the data of the instruments they're using. And let's see now. So going on to those challenges that we have, and there are, as probably you guys would agree, quite a lot. Weather, I would say, is the number one. I've been hearing from the teams how ferocious the wind can be and how quickly it can change, which ties right into the boats you guys are using. Very small, tinnies, I call them, and that limits the safety and the distance that you can access deep stations. Of course, securing long-term funding, recording field observations. I'm very much interested in Donna Hauser's talk earlier, and the CQ collecting field observations. Would love to connect with all the groups to get more information and support with that. I have tremendous trouble shipping lithium batteries. I know that's small, but in fact it powers the CDD. The alkaline batteries aren't good enough. So that's big trouble. The COVID pandemic, I do have to recognize that. We're running out of time, but I just want to say that COVID pandemic was devastating, and the guys worked all the way through it. It was very impressive, and we still have to be safe and take care of each other and ensure when we're interviewing the elders that they're safe and well protected from not just COVID, of course, from all of these things. So, excuse me. And so the cost of travel in the Canadian Arctic is just tremendous. And so that limits our ability to get out and talk and meet with people. And then my final one, and I want to thank Roland so much for speaking in your traditional language, Roland. We need it so much more to hear it and to apply it into our programs. And thank you, Kwana. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Roland. And our funding has been from Oceans North, our main funder, who has really kept this program going. We tremendous appreciation for their support. CERNAC, Canadian federal government, with the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation, they gave us seed money to start. And the Fisheries Joint Management Committee are giving us small portions of money, which allow us to do expeditions, buy more equipment and all that sort of thing. So on that note, I'd like to end and open it up to questions. Thank you so much for this opportunity for us to speak with you today. And Roland, Tony, thank you so much for speaking about your work today.
You're welcome.
I have something to say, Helen.
Yes.
Helen, I really liked other work, other areas they're doing. And if we can adopt some of their work to our work, I'd be happy with that. Thank you.
Hear, hear. I agree.
That's what this meeting's all about. It's like sharing the ideas, right? That's we learn and create a more effective work when we get each other's good ideas. We do have time for one question for this, and then we'll save the rest of the questions for a bigger Q&A. And we'll get Tasha on deck here. And thanks for raising your hand.
Oh, thank you. Guys, I know you guys mentioned phytoplankton, and I'm the one that gave the HABS talk yesterday, and you were reacting to that. Do you collect the phytoplankton samples in your water, and do you analyze it for the toxic species? And would you like to learn how to do that?
Yes, please.
Yes, we don't collect phytoplankton samples, but yes, we like to do that.
Yes, when I was out with William Halliday on that seal camping trip, and he was doing some research, and we put ROV into the water, and we see a whole bunch of plankton falling all the time, and if we can
Yeah.
get on, it would be terrific.
Yeah, I would be more than happy to help put you in the right direction for that, to train you, and I can talk with Helen and you guys, so just email me.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Love it. I love the connections. Oh my gosh, this is what Janet and the Arcus crew dreamed of for this job.
Yeah, I'd be really excited because my local advisory committee that I talked about are trying to figure out what other Pan-Arctic communities are doing and what kind of policies they're coming up with this horrible situation they're facing. So yes, let's collaborate. Thank you.
Cool. All right, we're gonna give Tosh her time here. Tosh works for the ALOCA project, the Exchange for Local Observations and Knowledge of the Arctic. All right, take it away, Tosh.
Hello.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I'm excited to be here. I just wanted to say that often with online conferences, I found it really hard to engage and stay interested, but this one is not like that. I've been really excited to learn from everybody, and Katie, your enthusiasm is infectious. It's awesome. So just wanted to give a big shout out to the organizers and all the presenters. It's been really great. So my name is Tosh, Natasha Haycock Chavez. I work for ALOCA. I'm not going to be sharing about a specific project, but rather how we partner with projects and focusing on Indigenous data sovereignty. Yeah, I'm hoping to talk a little bit on Indigenous data sovereignty and then share some examples. I like to start with acknowledgements. So a lot of this work and the background work in this presentation comes from collaborating with the Arctic Data Center and navigating the new Arctic. A lot of the work that we're doing is work building off of the work that the Global Indigenous Data Alliance is doing, along with the Collaboratory for Indigenous Data Governance. I am not an expert. I am not a legal expert. We are learning and really fortunate to be building off of the work that these two organizations are doing. I also really want to acknowledge the work that our partners are doing. Really, I just feel like the messenger. I'm just sharing what they've been doing, and it's an absolute honor to be able to do that and to be able to work with them. And we would not be here if it wasn't for NSF's funding. I like to do long introductions, and I really love hearing long introductions. When I first started working in this space in Alaska, I was struck by long introductions, and I really enjoy it. So like I said, my name is Natasha Haycock Chavez. My mom is British. She's from England. I was born there. My dad is Alex Chavez. He is Indigenous and Chicano from Arizona. He was born right on the border of Mexico. His first language is Spanish. I grew up in Bellingham, Washington, so very separate from our language and culture. A big part of the reason that I do work that supports Indigenous-led research is kind of my way of connecting to that part of my identity. The reason I'm so interested in working in Alaska is because my parents met on the ferry to Alaska. So I grew up with stories of Alaska. And I went as soon as I could. I went right out of high school and worked on a whale watching boat, and this is how I helped pay for college. I did my master's in Newfoundland. I actually was funded by the Arctic Guider Society, so it's really special to be hearing about Siku and be in the same space again. And my work with the Arctic Society really inspired me to continue this work because it was really wonderful to see Indigenous-led research. I'm currently in California, but I'm going back up to Washington next month. I'm building on a Sprinter van with my partner, and I'm planning on living in it. And I love hiking. I read a lot of sci-fi, and to me, food is a love language. So I love cooking and eating and sharing food. I am here, however, to talk about Indigenous data sovereignty. I wish I was here to talk about cooking and sci-fi. But Indigenous data sovereignty is pretty wonderful too. So I would love if I could get reactions from people if you've heard about Indigenous data sovereignty, just any type of reaction. Thank you, Lisa, that's great. A heart works. I'm just curious, like, how many people are familiar with this? Yeah, lots of hearts, thumbs up. I think we're talking about Indigenous data sovereignty more and more, which is really awesome. And I don't want to spend too much time on it, but I do like to kind of start with this definition to create a framework that will continue building off of this presentation. So Indigenous data sovereignty is the right of Indigenous peoples, communities, and individuals to control data about themselves, their land, communities, and nations, and to use this data to support governance of their lands, territories, and waters. So when we're talking about Indigenous data sovereignty, we're talking about Indigenous data. So what is that? When in this context, I mean any knowledge or information that is about or from Indigenous peoples, nations, and communities. It can be in any format, and it can be at the collective level or the individual level. I think the power of Indigenous data sovereignty is that it puts the power back in the hands of the knowledge holder and the communities and the nations. So they can decide if this data is at the collective level, if it's at the individual level, it's up to them. I also like to think about it in the space of nothing about us without us. So Indigenous data sovereignty is really shifting this power dynamic between researchers and communities that historically has been extractive, and it puts the power, like I said, back into the hands of the communities. So knowledge holders, nations, and communities decide how their data is used, how it is shared, and who has access to it. So how does this relate to Aloka, and how do we fit into this? So we are a program that's been funded by the National Science Foundation for 13 years. We do a lot. I always find it's kind of hard to explain what we do because yeah, we do a lot of different things. I think first off, we are a network. So we try to create space for knowledge sharing and knowledge exchange between partners and projects who are doing similar work. This is the photo from our summer meeting in Fairbanks. We offer data management support and software development support. What this looks like is that we can help create interactive maps for communities that are doing research. I think a common thread is that we're trying to support Indigenous-led research or research that is directly meeting community and Indigenous needs. And so because of that, it can look very different in what we do. There are several different ways that we try to implement Indigenous data sovereignty at Aloka. I think the first one to talk about is relationships. We're really lucky and fortunate to have been funded by NSF for such a long time, for 13 years. I don't think that's always the case. Having that amount of time has really allowed us to create long-lasting relationships. When I was at AOS a couple of weeks ago, we helped facilitate an incredible panel, which I'm hoping to share online soon, about Indigenous data sovereignty. And something we talked about was the relationship between relationships and Indigenous data sovereignty. Indigenous data sovereignty helps build trust, it helps create transparency, and it helps create space for reflection. We also offer training. So whenever we help create like an interactive map or a tool, we will offer training to anybody who wants to know how to use it, including our community partners. For example, last year I went to Bethel for the Lower Kuskokwim School District Falls Teachers Conference, and I helped share about the Yupik Atlas, which is a place name interactive map that holds place names and stories from elders, and it's led by Chillis Education and Culture. So I was teaching teachers how to use it so that they can share it with their students. So students have access to these place names and these video recordings. We also think it's really important to highlight agile software development. So software development that can be flexible, so you can change it. You know, this shouldn't be static, consent is not static. Yeah, being open to changing things based on changing needs. We currently host data using the National Snow and Ice Data Center. But our goal is to always hand the project back to the community or the data. What is needed is typically a local server and expertise and training. And yeah, we want to provide training and support to help, you know, give the project back. I wanted to share just a few examples of what this can look like. So we work with partners to identify and protect sensitive data. So for example, the Nunaput private atlas, our partners wanted the atlas to have private pages so that not all of the data can be shared to the public. But the Yupik Atlas, for example, they wanted the atlas to be completely open. So you can go to the Yupik Atlas, you can see all of the data, but with the Nunaput, there's pages that are only accessible if you have the password. And this can be for different types of data, sensitive sites, sacred sites, berry picking sites, you know, whatever the community wants. I also wanted to share an example from AOK. I know we heard from Donna Hauser this morning. So Aloka has helped house some observations from AOK, and this is a use agreement. So anytime that anybody wants to access these observations, they have to first go through this. And highlighting the work that AOK has done, they worked with observers to create the language for this use agreement, amongst other things. And I think it's really important to highlight that this use agreement really does reflect what the observers wanted. Just to kind of conclude quickly, overall general approaches to implement Indigenous data sovereignty at the project level. So relationship building, having support for maintaining relationships with individuals and communities to their knowledge. MOUs, which I think we talked a little bit about yesterday, but just written down agreements between researchers and partners, data use and sharing agreements as well, developing good metadata and other ways to share context. So, you know, really creating rich data that will make sense to everybody besides the person who just collected it. Identifying community priorities for data use and make sure the products and tools developed through the project support these priorities. So Indigenous data sovereignty is not just about the final step of research when you finish collecting data and you share it. It's about this iterative process throughout the project when you're constantly working with partners and constantly thinking about how the data can be used, if that makes sense. And then including training and support capacity. So I think that is perfect timing.
Wow, Tosh, perfect. We will take one question for this, and then we'll open it up to our very short Q&A period now. It looks like we've got one from Janet in the chat here, Tosh. So what happens to all the data if Aloka doesn't get future funding? Ooh, is there a backup plan, or do the data owners have a plan for housing their own data?
Great question. To my knowledge, NSIDC will continue funding that or housing the data, and those websites won't just go away. And then NSIDC has pretty secure long-term funding.
All right. That sounds okay, good. Secure long-term funding, Janet. Don't worry. We'd like to open it up. We have a Q&A period here. Opening it up to questions.
Or does everybody need their break? Do they need to know who won the door prize? Are you ready?
Oh yeah, let's shoot. Yes.
Oh, if anybody
think
has questions, just raise your hand. Okay. Actually, now that I mentioned that, I gotta find out who was the winner. Oh, yes. Okay, so exciting moment. No drum roll from me, but Emma, you're gonna do the, okay. Emma Cameron from, I can't pronounce your Germany Institute of Technology, but it starts with a B. So Emma Cameron, Judy will be in contact with you, and congratulations. And we do know that people that are internationally might not have access to some of the things, so we'll work with you on that. We're going to break. I think that's it. We're going to take a break. And thanks, Katie, for emceeing this morning. We're going to see Audrey Taylor back here at 10:25 a.m. Alaska Daylight Time. So be sure to check out the community site, but get up, stretch, grab a snack, another cup of coffee, let the dogs out, say hi to your family. We'll be back in a little while.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Community and Citizen Science in the Far North. Glad to see people using the chat for some, or the break for some good chat back and forth. That's excellent. We'd like to get going on our next main session, which as previous sessions will include 13-minute talks and a series of lightning talks. There'll be time for presenters to respond to questions after each of the plenary talks. The lightning talks will hold questions until the end. Please raise your hand to ask your question. Remember to unmute. And then for all the presenters, don't forget to stop sharing your screen at the end so the next person can start sharing. I'm Audrey Taylor, back for another day, and I'm looking forward to hearing all of the talks. The first one that we will get started with, we're a couple minutes early, but if that's okay, we'll just roll right on in. And this first plenary, P14 on your agenda, is by our very own Katie Spellman from the University of Alaska Fairbanks. She'll be talking about citizen and community science for resilience education. Take it away, Katie.
Thanks, Audrey. So hi, I'm going to try to amp it up after the break here and keep it fast and lively. I am born and raised in Fairbanks, Alaska, where I live today, and I work at the International Arctic Research Center, which is also where Donna Hauser and Elena Sparrow work, who are on our keynote speakers. We got some good stuff going on there right now. And Tasha, I liked that a lot of your pictures in your presentation were also right in front of the International Arctic Research Center. So we're pretty excited to be a part of this movement and the way that research is done. I am pretty passionate about the way that the design of things affects how they turn out. And I have a background in plant ecology. I study berries. And so I'm always thinking about like how in a plant community, how the types of plants that are there and how that ecosystem is constructed affects the way that the ecosystem behaves. And so I've like taken that passion and also like thought about that in citizen and community science projects. So that's what this talk is going to be about today, of like us as people who are like designing projects in collaboration or on our own. How does that design affect the outcomes of a project, and especially like how does that affect the learning outcomes? I'm also going to share some of the design innovations that we've been coming up with to reduce the trade-offs in the design of projects and the trade-offs and the outcomes from different designs. So I say that this is about resilience, and resilience, I define this, I was very heavily influenced. Is Jill Johnstone still on here? I'm influenced by Jill's definition of resilience, and Terry Chapin, who's an ecologist and works a lot on sustainability here in Alaska. But most people think of resilience just as like the bounce back ability after a disaster or after a disturbance. But we think about it in social ecological systems. That's the, you know, the plants, people, animals, land, and all working together. We think about it as not just the bounce back ability, but the ability to anticipate change, absorb it, accommodate it, and shape the path forward, a path forward that you desire, not just one that you're accepting. And so, so keep that in mind as we go forward of how do I design a community and citizen science project that fosters resilience, and our ability to navigate, but also to create a future that we desire. So I've thought a lot about this, even as, you know, since my PhD days back in the teens, the 20 teens. We thought about the different components that contribute to resilience in our communities, and how this type of work that we're all doing can support resilience. So things like human capital, like what do we know as individuals that can help contribute? We've heard so many great examples of elders whose just knowledge has contributed toward better understanding. We've heard of scientific studies already in this conference. And then what sort of behaviors and values do we have? Those are all parts of our human capital. And community and citizen science can help us continue to develop that. I'm not like a perfect fan of the whole capital terminology, but it is a commonly used framework. It's a social capital. What sorts of social networks, what sorts of trust relationships are being built? Community and citizen science, as we've seen through all of these wonderful examples that have been shared over the past 2 days, that this type of work can build that trust. It also helps build those social networks. Oh my gosh, I loved that social network diagram that Vera showed. You know, it's just like perfect. It can also help with governance and engagement in your own community. The natural capital, it can actually directly help preserve or support the ecosystems that are involved. That's what we're thinking of as natural capital. And then sense of place, citizen community science, more often than not in interviews with youth or adults, like getting out and observing the land, and like really paying attention to it for reasons bigger than your own self, can really develop your sense of place. So all these things, you know, are things that we're aiming for when we're designing these sorts of projects, in addition to doing science that's relevant to our communities. And the way that it's designed affects the outcomes. So we have, so Finn, I was like it was like having a rock star here. Finn Danielson was here yesterday, and I was like, yay, Finn's here. So Finn has done an amazing amount of work at the rock star level, thinking about trade-offs in design. Also Rick Bonney, who is from New York State. Both of those guys have done a lot of work on this. And what they have said is that you can set up a project in multiple ways, and it's really a spectrum of ways. You know, you could do a more contributory style project where the researcher is coming up with a question and like recruiting people to help answer that question, or co-created project, which is more similar to like Aloka and AAOK that Tosh and Donna were talking about, where the questions and the methods and the data collection, everything is a collaboration, and it's community driven rather than scientist driven. And the priorities tend to be more like theoretical and generalizable on the contributory side, and more local on the co-created side. The outcomes also are different when you have these two different design models, right? So on the contributory side, you might get lots of data, like everybody's using the app, and you can have large scale impact. So there is a real value to contributory work. It's hard to ignore like those thousands of data points that Siku has from the app. And Siku, I'm not saying that Siku is contributory, but it has some features of contributory design. I know that they've used co-created elements. The time scale though tends to be slower. So for those results to get published and processed, and it can take like 3 to 5 years, whereas a co-created project, it has deeper learning, deeper local policy impact, and the timescales for having that impact tend to be more rapid. So in my own career, over the past 15 years, I've done community and citizen science projects that span this entire spectrum, from generalizable to and theoretical priorities. Like in this project Brown Down, we asked the question, is there a vacant phenological niche for invasives in Alaska? Which is like, okay, who cares? But as scientists, this is a fascinating question. I've also done projects that are completely co-created, like the project that Elena Sparrow talked about yesterday, which is our Arctic and Earth Science project, STEM integration of GLOBE and NASA. And that project is completely, locally focused, co-created with teams of individuals working with scientists and youth. And you can see that there's trade-offs in how many people can be involved in these different projects, and trade-offs in the amount of money it takes. If you're going co-created, the expense for travel and making sure everyone is equitably compensated become a priority. Whereas in a contributory project, get the app and you say, hey, everybody come collect data. So there's some real trade-offs in the design. So I'm going to talk a little bit. I'm going to feature 3 projects here that we've been working on. You'll see some familiar faces in these pictures and familiar scenes from Tasha's presentation. I'm going to talk about some of the innovations that we've been coming up with to reduce the trade-offs between the contributory and the co-created designs in community and citizen science. So one of the innovations that we've been using is trying to fold the model in on itself, where you have locally motivated questions and design for your project, but you're connecting it to collection protocols that already exist and already connects to large scale data sets. So you can get that double whammy effect of very locally generated question, but also that can produce a policy impact immediately, but also a connection to a larger body of knowledge that can answer questions over global scales. And we use the GLOBE program, which Elena talked about yesterday, Global Learning and Observations to Benefit the Environment. And it is in over 130 countries. Everybody's using the same protocols that have been time tested and vetted. And there, as Elena mentioned, it's a buffet that you can choose from to design your own projects for your own questions, but it also feeds up to larger scales. One of the things GLOBE's been working more on is Indigenous data sovereignty protocols, because the data is shared and has a mandate to be shared openly through NASA. They're working really hard on thinking through okay, how do you have those benefits, but also honor Indigenous data sovereignty? The benefits of this is that we can have locally motivated projects, such as how is permafrost changing in my community, and they can use the protocols or methods that Elena mentioned, but also contribute to this global data set on permafrost, in addition to asking the questions that are important to their own community. This project is also very heavily youth involved, and we found that the learning outcomes for the youth, they are different when the kids get to ask their own questions versus when they're just out there, say, measuring permafrost. And that work was done by my grad student, Sarah Clement, who talked yesterday about another aspect of her work. Anne made reference to this yesterday as she started storytelling. Anne Garland. We've also been experimenting with some design innovations to reduce the trade-offs between contributory and co-created projects. We know that storytelling is an important way to communicate in the North. And so storytelling, we've been using as a way to reduce those the trade-offs, and we've found that they do indeed create different learning when you do a citizen science project purely through storytelling, and you can see kind of the cycle that we follow here compared to just doing it through a science lens. And then the final example I want to give is through our Fresh Eyes on Ice project. I was super excited to hear other projects monitoring river and lake ice. And in this project, we offer multiple ways to engage as a way to provide resilience benefits to communities. You can follow along on social media and post observations on social media through this project, fresheyesonice.org. And there's also a higher intensity of engagement. You can make your observations through Siku. And then higher level engagement is through our community-based monitoring teams, where youth go out monthly to go measure the actual thickness of the ice with their community teams, which involves a teacher usually and a local long-term community knowledge holder of ice. We also use this data in real time, which is a huge resilience benefit because of the social network element to the Fresh Eyes on Ice program. Using the data in real time, we send all the observations through the apps to the National Weather Service, which then issues the flood forecast warnings during spring breakup, and also travel safety warnings for open holes in the river ice. So data for today and also data for tomorrow is how we like to think about that. So the take-home message here is think and listen, right? This is something that has been a theme throughout this conference so far. What design is the best fit for the communities that you're trying to work with and serve and partner with? And what resilience related attributes need to be supported? And this is something that should come from elders and long-term community members. What do they want youth to be more engaged, like we heard in some of the prior presentations? Or do they want travel safety to be enhanced? Like, what is the resilience attribute that would like to be supported? And then act and evaluate. Let's just do it. We don't have enough time not to do it, right? And be collaborative and iterative in the design of the project so that you can evaluate and adapt the projects as you go. Oh, right at the buzzer.
Awesome. Great job, Katie. That was amazing. Unfortunately, we will probably skip over questions, but we will have another opportunity to ask questions at the end of this session, the end of our lightning talk. So if anybody has a question for Katie, just hold it a little bit until then and we'll circle back around, or you can pop it into the chat and I am certain Katie will be keeping an eye on that. It looks like Janet also put some links to those projects that Katie just talked about in the chat as well, if anybody's curious to know more. So we'll move right along to P15, which is going up, looking down, permafrost research with the undercover ice Argentin. I'm sorry if I butchered that. This is Josephine Lenz from the Alfred Wegener Institute, Helmholtz Center for Polar and Marine Research in Germany.
Here I am. Hello. Hi, good morning, everyone, and good evening from Germany. I'm not sure I can keep the energy of Katie up. It's kind of late here, got a long day. I'm also a bit sick. I hope you can be here with me. But anyways, thank you so much for having us and giving us a great opportunity to share. I would like to share our cool citizen science project, which includes permafrost, drones, and working together with kids and youth in Germany and Canada. I have to say that I really enjoyed listening to your presentation so far, and I realized that we might be a bit of an alien here. But I come to that in a second. So that's our science team behind the Undercover Ice Argentin. That's kind of a mix of a German and English name. Sorry for that. It's a rather small team currently being involved, but there are a few more people who have been involved in certain tasks or roles over the past. And I would like to give a special shout out to Soraya, who replaced me for a while during my parental leave. And by alien, I mean that all of us, including our funding source, which is the Federal Ministry of Education and Research, are clearly originating from Germany. Our PI moved to the Netherlands for it recently, but we are clearly located in a non-Arctic and non-permafrost environment. And however, we do have a long time history. The Wegener Institute I'm working for is here in Potsdam, has worked in the Arctic for quite a while. We've been visiting the area of the Yukon and the Northwest Territories yearly now since more than, I think, 15, even I think 20 years. And all our project members here have in common that we have a passion for the North, and we are rather natural scientists in our background. My name is Josephine Lenz. I studied lakes, developing from thawing of permafrost and drained lakes in Alaska and Northwest Canada. And I'm the coordinator of this project. All right, so our, let's say, study object is permafrost, the frozen ground built from sediment, peat, ice, rocks, kind of hidden underneath the surface, and building beautiful walls like this. It's thawing from the top in summer and usually refreezing in winter. However, a warming Arctic, as we see it now, sees lots of change in permafrost as well. And as a result, the ground destabilizes more than expected, and communities and infrastructures are at risk. This might be not at all new to you, but here in Germany, features like retreating glaciers, where people spend their winter.
Excuse me a second. Apparently we can't see your slides, and I just didn't notice that. So
you can't see my slide?
No, you might have to share your screen. Sorry, I didn't realize you had slides either.
You are a dynamic speaker, though.
Oh, no, you saw me talking all the time. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, then. So you didn't see my team yet, so I'm going to share at least a very quick. See that now, I guess?
Yes, very good, thank you.
Sorry. Okay, that's us. That's us. I'm Josephine, somewhere at the top, and my the colleagues I mentioned, and that's the permafrost I wanted to show you, but it's not new to you, so maybe it's also totally fine. And I was, I think, at this slide at this moment. So yeah, permafrost is thawing and it's stabilizing the ground, and this is not new to you, but for people in Germany, this is not that visible at all. So it's other glaciers which we can grasp as a clear sign of change in sea ice extent. It's also more easy to grasp than change of permafrost. So when I visit schools in Germany, I like to bring this into perspective and show graphs like this, discussing the extent of sea ice change and permafrost over, in this case, almost 20 years. And also the change of permafrost might be most visible on a local scale, but definitely has a very big impact on a global scale, given that the thawing of permafrost releases lots of previously frozen plant remains and leads to additional greenhouse gas emissions, which again, raises the temperature of the air, but then also of the ground, and creates a kind of self-enhancing feedback loop. So in communication with schools, I like to make the point that even we here in Germany can have a positive, a good influence on the precious Arctic by reducing our own greenhouse gas emissions. Well, so you've seen this with your own eyes. Once you've seen it with your own eyes, even only on pictures or images, people usually realize permafrost thaw is visible. So this large-scale thawing features like lakes or thaw slumps can be detected by satellite imagery in sufficient resolution, but actually like smaller scale features might be harder to detect for remote sensing methods. But they're really interesting features, and these polygonal patterns differ quite a lot depending on their stage. And I don't think I need to explain here why there's actually ice in the ground, but that's something I would need to explain here in Germany. So here comes our question for the Undercover Ice Again project. It's basically about, is it possible for a lay person, especially outside the Arctic, to see and to detect these polygonal patterns? And if so, can we make a large area of map polygons available? Because this would clearly help scientists to map the ice content in the Arctic and improve permafrost models, and give the opportunity to train for machine learning and artificial intelligence. So that's our hypothesis, that a layperson can actually detect it if they're given the right tools. So here's what we do in our project in a nutshell. We bought a larger amount of kind of off-the-shelf photographic drones and brought them to the school we are cooperating with, which is the Moose Care School in Aklavik in the Northwest Territories in Canada. And the kids and the few teachers received the training on steering the drones, accompanied by discussions on the Arctic landscape change. And these hundreds and thousands of potential images cannot be analyzed by scientists alone. So we divided the images in very small tasks, workable tiles, provided them to school students here in Germany with so-called microtasks, who mapped polygons in the web application we developed. And on the side, it was very important for us to get the topic of Arctic and especially permafrost change into the school system in Germany. But yes, basically our question, our idea is to to get young citizen scientists to become drone pilots and mapping experts by becoming part of the undercover ISAC Agenten. So let's have a look how this all looked like. I would like to give you a few impressions. In September 22, a small team of scientists visited Aklavik. We spoke about using geoinformation in science and also discussed permafrost change and risk of flooding, especially was important for the community in this region. And the most important and fun part was, of course, the drone training. And after a few initial tests on the local football court, went out for a full-day excursion into the delta and went onto the tundra. And here we completed our first drone missions successfully. And of course, we also spent time with some on the barn fighter and with some hot dogs and exchanged about our lives here in Germany and in Northern Canada. So the nice thing is, even with those consumer-built drones, you can create really nice 3D imagery. And I would like to show you just a few seconds of the Arctic tundra, which is always very interesting for people outside the Arctic, of course, when we visit schools. And you can see a gully here, also with a microclimate, which is allowing larger plants to grow, or the trees to become a little bit bigger, maybe. You see some polygons here in the back. So meanwhile, in Germany, we were working to develop the app and actually also used a lot of feedback from university students, also in so-called mapathons, to develop the app further and discuss the possible incentives for citizens to map landscape features. And we also developed teaching materials for schools. As I said, Arctic change is hardly a topic in the German school system, and it was important for us to provide background information. And on the slide, you see how a microtask mapping could look like. One of the earlier tests was to ask the users whether they see polygons. Yes, green, yellow maybe, or red no. But this seemed to be a rather difficult task, or created some insecurity in the decision process. And yeah, the results differentiated quite a bit, even among scientists as we tested it. And we tried other tasks like outlining the polygons or boxing them, but this was still rather either too time-consuming or a bit too boring, or again, a result in very diverse results. So what seems to work best in terms of accuracy and time efficiency also was to ask our citizen scientists to mark the center of the polygon. It was a rather easy task, and here's how a result looked like. So in the back, you see the original images created from the school children in Aklavik, who flew like kind of spirals with the drones, and that's the overall image we created. And you see the dots which were created by the German students in the workshops we had. And when we zoom in, we can actually see that many dots are in one polygon, and that's actually part of the idea that several, if not numerous, users are mapping the same tiles, and we actually use the aggregated results. So in this case, one polygon was mapped by 2 to 10 users, and the result is kind of the gray dot, maybe you see it. So we also use, of course, several mapping events, and so have a lot of like data which we use from this kind of crowdsourcing events. And this is how the aggregated results could look like for a specific area, and it's actually very reasonable. So to conclude, it works. It's not it's not only fun, but with the right toolbox and background knowledge, kids become actually experts in mapping permafrost. And most importantly, it was very visible for us that involving local perspectives and knowledge of people in the north into the research is so valuable. It not only gives us context and actual reason for the research we do, but also perspective to people like school kids in Germany when it comes to understanding Arctic environmental change. And also we realize that this current state of low-cost hardware we can use, like the drones, is readily available for Arctic communities, and really can provide high accurate, high precision data in very inaccessible regions. So in brief, what's next? We unfortunately had to cancel our planned follow-up visit in last September due to the severe wildfires in the Canadian North. I'm sure you're aware of it, if not even affected. It was absolutely clear for us that our travels to the NWT were not a priority for the people, so we decided to move our visit. So just a couple of weeks ago, 2 colleagues of our team went back to the school and reconnected. And we also have planned a more extended visit in September this year to share and discuss the mapping results with the students and teachers. And even though our project is ending in December, we at the FFW Institute are lucky to have actually secured funding to a new project. So we plan to stay connected with the school and the people. And as a very final impression, I hope I can use a few seconds for this. I would like to show you what we can also do with these low cost and easy to use drones. It's a great little outcome for the school. They were really happy about this, since we mapped kind of the school and also made the elevation available of Aklavik, especially since these drones going to stay at the school and can be used for their events and hunting, berry picking, whatever, or excursions. And with this, I would like to end. I would like to thank especially all the kids and teachers we worked with, the HDC Aklavik, my dear colleagues you've seen or not seen on the pictures in the beginning, and of course our funding source, the BMBF, and all you guys for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was fascinating and a really interesting use of combination of technology and working with kids. I think we have time for a question or two if somebody has one. I have a quick question. How did you get in touch with the school, or how did you select I might have missed that at the beginning, but what was that process like?
So in Canada, we actually had already some connections to the past project, or at least not really project, but we tried to connect with the local communities when we did our research on the land. Here in Germany, it was a bit different, since we actually get a lot of requests from schools to visit our institution and share our research. So one of those, or some of these very active teachers then are happy also to get involved in those kind of projects. The most successful for me personally was my own school. I think I went back to my school to actually to share as an alumni. This is of course a different connection you have from the beginning.
Excellent. It looks like there are a couple of questions in the chat. Do you know of similar other projects that connect Arctic and non-Arctic students or schools?
I know of a few, like from a colleague who's working in France, is connected to Quebec, and also further north, I think, but I'm not sure about like specific projects just designed for the exchange and also more direct communication. But I know that that he's presenting, for example, like an online version then for schools and on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean. But I'm not sure. I think it's actually very valuable to exchange how people actually live in different parts of the world and share how they see the environment changing also.
That's great. Thank you again, Josephine. I am going to, there's a couple more questions in the chat, but I think we'll move on to the next talk. But if you have a second to go into the chat and just answer those questions there, that would be fabulous. And again, thank you for being here today. And our next talk, moving on to P16, is by Ryan Naylor from Pennsylvania State University. And he'll be talking about community engaged field research in Southeast Alaska, lessons learned from an early career researcher.
Well, it's a pleasure to be able to join you all today here virtually. So I'm a PhD student at Penn State University, and I'm currently working on my dissertation. And I'd like to present on some of the lessons that I've learned from this work, as well as building on my master's research. So as you said, my research is entitled Community Engaged Field Research in Southeast Alaska, Lessons Learned from an Early Career Researcher. Just as a broad outline of what I'll be talking about today is just a brief overview of the dissertation, the theoretical framing, and why I think it's particularly apt for this audience. And then the bulk of it is coming from the methods that I've used and the lessons that we can take away, as well as the implications for other Arctic researchers, particularly ones coming out of the fields of anthropology and tourism. So just as a 30,000-foot overview, the resilience of Alaskan coastal communities is called into question from rapid anthropogenic climate change, but as well as from rapid socioeconomic change of having these traditionally natural resource based communities transitioning into more service sector economies, of which one is tourism, and that's what I'll be focusing on today. And as well as Arctic and oceanic governance, particularly around cruise ships, has not been able to keep pace with this rapid oceanic and socioeconomic change. And so the literature has identified Southeast Alaska as a premier landscape to be able to study future Arctic tourism, particularly on the forms and scales of tourism expected to occur within the Arctic in the future are already occurring within this region. And so I use sovereignty as the theoretical framing of this research. And so, part of this conference is really exciting to be able to attend, just because we're perpetuating a lot of the modern interpretations of sovereignty, such as indigenous sovereignty, food sovereignty, cultural sovereignty. The reason why I'm using it in my research is I find it particularly provocative because it's redefined within its local context to facilitate shared meetings, to be able to facilitate collective action. And so I'm interested in a lot of the underlying constructs of sovereignty, such as self-reliance, decision-making, independence, all to be able to understand community self-determination. Essentially, I'm interested in, is a community able to determine whether it wants to become a tourism destination? And if so, does it have the ability to manipulate the industry in order to be able to ensure cherished traditional values? And so I do that through the lens of livelihood sovereignty. So what I mean by that is the enhanced levels of local resident control and influence over management institutions and decision-making regarding the persistence of value traditional practices, how new production opportunities are integrated into local socio-ecological systems, and how local community well-being is perpetuated over time. So using this framing, I have the following dissertation research questions, such as around what issues is sovereignty centered for residents? What is the influence of tourism on this conversation? And then how will current and anticipated climate dynamics influence livelihood sovereignty into the future? And then finally, how can greater levels of sovereignty, i.e. self-reliance, decision-making, and autonomy, be achieved in these coastal communities? So I do that through a little bit of jargon here, multi-site ethnographic case control study. Essentially what I'm doing is I'm building upon my master's work that I conducted in Petersburg, Alaska, here pictured in front of you in 2019. So I did my master's research in Petersburg, which is indicative of pretty small scale forms of tourism and small cruise ships and yachts. And I'm comparing that with the community of Wrangell, which has medium-sized ships, and then Ketchikan, which has very large scale forms of tourism. It welcomes about 1 million visitors per year, all for me to be able to ask the question of, when keeping community characteristics relatively similar, such as population, forms of economy, and geographical context, how does differential forms of tourism influence community development going forward? And so I do that through the following sources of data. So scholarly literature from academia, as well as local government documents, newspaper clippings, radio station recordings, library archives, etc. as well as participant observation. So whether it be passive observation of seeing public events and attending borough and city meetings, to actually just daily interaction and interacting with locals on a day-to-day basis. And so overall, across the 6 years, I have about 14 months of field work across the 3 communities. And then the bulk of the data is coming from interviews, and I'm happy to be able to get into those interviews in the quick Q&A period. But I have about 37 to 38 interviews per community, and I can get into why I chose specific interviews if it comes about. But I want to specifically go into sort of the bulk of the methods, and that is really following part of the tribal engagement that I've really tried to be able to forefront in my research. So trying to be able to follow IARPC research principles. And so part of that has been getting tribal approval before data collection actually began among each of the communities from the following Indigenous organizations. And so it's been a really fun time to be able to work with them throughout the research process. And interestingly enough, during my master's work, tribal approval was not necessarily required. So it was really cool to be able to kind of forefront this work and then see how the IRB process has changed to my dissertation, which it now is required. I've also had the luxury of being able to work with community leaders during this, in which I've been able to form advisory boards, about 5 to 6 community leaders, in which I work with per each community, all to be able to help me identify and incorporate community-specific issues into my dissertation. And so this knowledge co-production process has been really fun, allowing me to really manipulate my dissertation from data collection all the way to current analysis and dissemination going forward. And then whether it be specifically the tribal engagements, the community leader engagements, and really trying to take more of a holistic approach here. So during these 14 months, I've presented to, I've given 19 community presentations to 21 different community organizations. And then I'm going to be going back this summer to be able to conduct participatory workshops and get more member checking essentially over the course of the summer. Figure out again how I can be able to continue to manipulate the dissertation. I'll also be writing community reports per each community, as well as identifying other local forms of data dissemination. And so getting into kind of the lessons that I've learned from this research is from a master's student to even a doctoral student. A lot of it is just being able to earn rapport, earn trust with local community residents. And so I've worked with the Forest Service to pick up a literal ton of trash from the shores. Oh, sorry. I have been able to volunteer with the 4th of July, be able to power wash local parks, to be able to even help commercial fishermen offload halibut, to working with Indigenous conferences, being a tech support person, using more of my academic skills, to picking up cigarette butts, to even handing out backpacks to Indigenous youth as the school year starts to begin. And so a lot of this has been new for me, just because my advisor nor any of my dissertation committee members have worked in an Alaskan context. And so it's been really nice to see how these forms of volunteerism, as well as just daily interaction, allows me to be able to learn, earn trust, and be able to talk to local residents. This iterative in-person engagement has been really, really helpful, but also recognizing that Alaska is a colonial context. And so recognizing what, especially from the methods of anthropology that I'm drawing upon, there may be research fatigue here within the past, but what I've learned, particularly within the communities that I've worked in Southeast Alaska, is that they've never been asked to give their feedback on research before. And so I'm really trying to be able to understand how I can facilitate research capacity among the communities that I'm working with, such as giving Indigenous impacts presentations per communities, offering to help establish IRB protocols going forward, or simply just being a source of reference in which community members know that they can be able to reach out to me via text, via email, or even regular mail, just to be a source of reference for future researchers. And then for the advisory boards, it's been, again, really critical to have these repeated and direct daily interactions, but also recognizing that within these really small communities, these community members can have a lot of different roles. And so they can have pretty critical insights into different aspects of the community that'll take a lot of their time and energy. And so recognizing the need to be able to balance this availability versus the expertise that they can give to the research process. But when done correctly, and done iteratively, it's really cool how these advisory boards can be a source of advocacy and a support system where I may be coming up to a bit of confusion on what's the next steps that I could take for community engagement, and to be able to talk with them through the research process has been a really cool experience. But also they can become advocates for your research to the broader community. And so one instance for me was being able to work and present alongside community leaders, as well as state representatives and state senators, alongside the Wrangell First Economic Forum, in which you see in front of you. And so I think we can take away a couple implications for master's students and PhD students specifically in this process. The first is just the necessity to be able to maintain connections from your earlier research. This research wouldn't have been possible if I wasn't able to maintain the connections with Petersburg residents that I've had back in my master's. And then being able to respect Indigenous sovereignty for, sorry, there's some knocking behind me. But be able to find different forms to be able to respect Indigenous sovereignty, such as being able to get IRB protocol, or helping to even establish IRB protocols in these local communities. But then also communicating realistic expectations to oneself as a researcher that has not necessarily done this before, being able to communicate those expectations to communities, and then to peers, where especially from the tourist academic side of me, this research is relatively novel, and there may not be as many of the successful metrics that we usually use within an academic setting that are coming out of this research. So being able to advocate upon your behalf to your department and to your scholarly peers is important. And so also to identify other avenues to be able to give back outside of the project scope. So being able to do that through time, effort, and volunteering, but also recognizing that community engaged research is a spectrum. And so we've transitioned from more of these extractive resource methodologies that we use in the past to more community engaged and participatory research. 1 second. And so it's really important to recognize that there's always room for improvement here. And so recognizing this is that there's different forms of success. And so I think there's different ways that this could be achieved. And so one of the small ones is simply just being able to recognize what we can do for local communities and how to be able to give back. And I think this has been a really humbling process for me, such as even being able to receive a little postcard during Christmas about the impact of my research on their tourism management plans. So I think these are just really small forms that we can understand to take away to be able to encapsulate our own passion and to be able to continue to learn from this process. So with that, I thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions you may have. And apologies again for the background.
No worries at all. That was great. Thank you so much, Ryan. We do have a little bit of time for questions, and it looks like there is one already in the chat that I'll just read from Nathaniel Holloway. He said, great presentation. Ryan, can I ask, how do you secure funding to remain in communities for such a long time? Is it expensive living in the communities in which you're working?
So I will say that from my experience, it's a little bit less expensive living in Southeast Alaska versus the far more northern communities. But it still is a community in which you have shipping is the only way to be able to import local commodities. And so I was able to get secure funding through NSF, through a DDRIG, Doctoral Research Improvement Grant, but also recognizing that in order for me to do this type of work, for instance, like per diems, I've limited myself to a voluntary reduction of about $30 per day for food. And so I've eaten very, I guess, limited during the communities there. But it also allows me to be able to stay in these communities for a couple more months. And so I even stayed with an 80-year-old piano teacher who woke me up with piano lessons every morning. So it was a welcome experience, but it really helped me just to be able to understand local ways of life, and it just allowed me to be able to do my research a little bit more effectively by taking these, by forefronting the amount of time that I can have within these local communities. So it was a really fun experience that way.
Excellent, thank you. It looks like there's one more from Stanette in the chat. Could you speak about honoraria and or compensation for your participants?
Yeah, absolutely. So for the interviewees, they all were compensated for their time, as well as the advisory board members. But what has been really interesting is just because I've gotten to know a couple of the community members, a couple of them haven't necessarily taken the honoraria, but they've wanted me to donate it to a couple of the local causes that they believe in, and then as well as being able to identify like, hey, perhaps an Amazon gift card isn't necessarily the right ways to be able to get back to these local communities. So even for instance, I'm working with local economic advisory boards to help establish basically like local gift card that I can be able to give to residents from whenever I do my participatory workshops. So even if money isn't necessarily the best way to be able to give back, to identify ways that you can be able to support the local economy and prevent leakage or money leaving those local communities.
That's great. Thank you so much. And that's an interesting point, not to give people things that means that there's a pipeline of money out of the community. That's a good way of thinking about it. I think we'll end questions there. And Ryan, just keep an eye on the chat if you can, and there may be a couple more.
Well, thank you all.
Thank you. And we will move on now to our lightning presentations. So we've got, remember, 5 minutes total for these presentations, and we'll just hold questions until the end for both of them. So the first one, L7 on your agenda, is Jasmine Biswakarma from Applied Research in Environmental Sciences nonprofit. She'll be talking about green engineering on coastal Arctic berms.
Hello. Hi. So my name is Yvonne. This is my daughter, Jasmine. We're going to kind of co-present if that's okay. Yeah. So we're from Utqiagvik, and we moved here in 2013. We have been in contact with Anne Garland since shortly after we moved here. So it's been a fun project over the last several years to be part of the Coastal Observers of Barrow. Some of the things that we did initially were help with measuring berm slope. So we learned, we were assigned to a specific station on the coast, and we were able to learn how to use some of the surveying equipment and stuff and learn how to do that. So that information has been going in from ourselves and other community volunteers that help with that for the last, since 2015. Anne has also been doing a lot of pictures of the plant growth on the berms. So that's something that's contributed to the impetus for this current study. So the reason for that is that our community obviously is affected by the change in loss of sea ice, which is causing larger surge events during the particularly the fall seasons. And along our coastline, you can kind of see it here in our poster. Along the coastline here, we're up. I don't know if you can see my little arrow here, but we are like right up at the tip there in Utqiagvik, and the coastline is really vulnerable to these surges coming from both the Chukchi Sea and from the Beaufort Sea. And a lot of our infrastructure that was built, years ago was way inland when it was built, that is now like right on the coast and really vulnerable to surges. So the community builds these berms that you can kind of see on the picture to the right of our screen here, that we just use alluvial sediments from inland as well as the beach sand and kind of pile up these berms to try to prevent roads from washing out, or the gas station from being impacted, or the utilidor pump stations, things like that, that would really be devastating to the community if those were flooded. So those berms are really crucial to our life in the village. Obviously, they're easily destroyed by those surges. And so one of the things we've looked at is green engineering. It's been done in other places to try to create more stability in those berms. So our study has been looking at which plants have been naturally migrating to those berms. And you can kind of see there's some plants growing on them there in those pictures. And then we're hoping that perhaps seeding the berms will help a little bit. So with permission from UIC, since this is on Inupiat lands, we have conducted a bit of a research study where we have a certain part of the berm where we have looked at what native plants are there, what seeding might be beneficial, and what transplants may take to those berms. So looking right now, we've just really gotten started. So we're looking at whether or not that is going to, over time, help stabilize those berms in case of surges. So I just wanted to point out some of the people involved. We have Ann Garland, who is from Aries, and she is the one who kind of got started with Coastal Observers of Barrow. Then Lorene Lynn from Red Mountain Consulting. She is a tundra restoration specialist and plant specialist that's given us a lot of advice on how to conduct the study, how to monitor the plant growth, how to make sure that what we're doing is working, and of course to make sure that we're not introducing invasive species or anything like that to those berms. And we have quite a few children, my own daughter, her friends, the Thomas kids, and also is from University, and is so all of the people on this team have been really helpful in educating me as well as my children and other community members on how all these things interact, how we can best protect our communities in the future from climate change. That is pretty much it. Any questions?
I think we'll hold questions until the end, but I did want to say, or until the end after this next talk, but I did want to say that I apologize for not realizing it was two different people for your talk. So that is really cool that you're working with your daughter and with other kids. And I just wanted to say we should have said both Yvonne and Jasmine. This of karma.
So yeah, this is a poster that was presented in other events as well. So I know it's kind of hard to put all of it on the screen, but yeah.
We will put your poster, it sounds like Janet has a copy, so we'll put a poster in your abstract, along with your abstract, so people can view it afterwards if they'd like. And thank you guys both for being here today. That was excellent. Good luck in the future, continuing to do this work.
It's been a really fascinating presentation. So thank you to everybody who's been educating me today. It's been great.
Well, thank you. And we'll move on to the next lightning talk, L8 on your agenda, by Amanda Weber-Johns from George Mason University, From Iceland's Retreating Glaciers to Alaska's Future, a program to address climate change through collaborative knowledge sharing.
Hello, my name is Amanda Weber-Johns. My group members, Jack Hannon, Francesco Pignatiello, and I are from the Departments of Geography and Geographic Information Science and Biology at George Mason University. I traveled to Iceland last year and witnessed the fragility of the Arctic due to climate change. This trip inspired me to look at similar territory within the United States. Through our research, we made some interesting discoveries about Alaska and the indigenous groups that have occupied this part of the Arctic for generations. Indigenous peoples make up a significant part of Alaska. Our goal was to highlight the importance of the integration of their knowledge as it relates to the concept of traditional ecological knowledge, or TEK. Integrating data collection with generational knowledge of TEK holds immense value in addressing the Arctic's most pressing challenges. While indigenous knowledge has been overlooked, it is gaining traction and can support research. We've come up with two goals to strengthen the integration of indigenous knowledge into Arctic research, as well as a proposed program to meet these goals. Goal 1 is to bridge the gap between indigenous knowledge and Western science. This would improve Western scientific knowledge by filling the gaps with indigenous knowledge. This can also shed new light on environmental questions, for example, knowledge of how land has been navigated over generations. And goal 2 is to increase meaningful engagement of indigenous peoples on a community level. Alaska has very remote areas, so increasing engagement can help bring in consistent data where there is currently lacking. This will also give average people, especially youth, the opportunity and platform to contribute. Okay, so erosion is a challenge faced by indigenous groups in Alaska. We highlighted the following challenges. The pace of erosion is rapid. For example, between July 2014 and July 2015, more than 38,000 meters of material was eroded from a 3.2 kilometer long section of permafrost bluffs on the Beaufort Sea coast of Barter Island. There we go. Erosion is forcing relocations, which come with their own set of challenges. Their infrastructure, including homes, schools, water, and power, is deteriorating due to harsh environments. Unfortunately, current efforts by federal and state governments haven't secured enough funding to permanently relocate residents or move entire villages. Further complicating matters. Residents have different opinions on how to address these challenges. Finding solutions requires working collaboratively to ensure a sustainable future for these communities. In this slide, you can see a graph of the population dynamics of Kivalina. I apologize if that's not the correct pronunciation. In Alaska between 1990 and 2014, the vertical lines show how migration is increasing. Data is lacking, and for many reasons. There's a lack of monitoring infrastructure, extensiveness of coasts, and variability of coastlines. There are ways Indigenous knowledge and community engagement could be used to improve erosion data. Indigenous Alaskans have lived in these areas for generations and may have accumulated knowledge about how land has been lost in the past and how different factors influence it. Even if they don't have the knowledge, they could be given the means like training, infrastructure tools of monitoring on the community level and given an official outlet for the data they collect. To accomplish our goals, we propose that a volunteer program be created focused on youth participation to teach about nature from the perspective of both Indigenous knowledge and Western science. The program would support further volunteering in citizen science and perhaps even connect volunteers with researchers. For those interested in entering science and research as a career, this would also provide practical experience and allow them to take the ideas about combining Indigenous knowledge and Western science with them into the professional field. By integrating TEK with Western science and fostering meaningful engagement with Indigenous communities, we can unlock invaluable data and generational knowledge. This collaborative approach holds immense potential for addressing the Arctic's most pressing challenges, from erosion and ice loss to wildlife management and climate change. Moreover, it fosters respect for Indigenous cultures and ensures their voices are heard in shaping a sustainable future for the Arctic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amanda. That was really interesting. And we can now take questions on either the first lightning talk on green engineering on coastal Arctic berms or on Amanda's talk, if anybody has a question they'd like to share. I'm looking in the chat also.
Hello, I have a question or something to say about this.
Excellent. Go right ahead. Just let us know which presentation you're referencing.
The one we just heard, the one we were just watching. About melting ice, melting snow that seeps into the ground, and it goes straight to the bottom of a crevasse, and it slowly builds and builds and builds until a push-up comes up, and what all that water that's been melted, it goes into a crevasse, and it slowly builds up and makes a push-up. And we're seeing more and more these days, more push-ups coming under the permafrost and pushing water up like a geyser.
Wow.
When the glaciers and the snow melts, it goes into a crevasse, and it slowly builds and builds until there's a push-up and like a geyser coming out. And we're seeing more and more of those these days, along with erosion from melting ice, melting glaciers. And we have a few glaciers close by. And due to the push-ups from melting glaciers, melting snow, melting ice, those glaciers are getting bigger because of the crevasse under the land, pushing up the water and creating more overflow. That's what I had to say. Thank you.
So is it creating more flooding as well?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Flooding push-ups. And when we're sitting around waiting for ducks or waiting for geese, and then if we knock on the ground, we could hear a hollow thump, and underneath is the permafrost melting.
Wow.
Yes.
Goodness. Wow. Thank you for sharing that with me. I've not heard of that, and I'm not seen it in my research. So that's another opportunity that, we could link in our research and hopefully have future, academic focus on researching that sort of thing.
And one thing I have to say is when I went to when I went hunting caribou down east about maybe 150 miles by Honda in the summertime, we always go to this one big lake. It's a really big lake, and there's always a lot of caribou around there. That's why we like to go there. And right across the lake, we could see from the west side of the lake to the east side of the lake, we can see a really big landslide. I know it's a landslide because it's I could see the land on the other side of the lake, and then that mudslide is just brown, and it's probably like 2 kilometers wide by probably a kilometer or at least 2 to 3 kilometers wide by at least a kilometer high.
Wow, that is
And
really
it's
something.
into the lake.
Wow.
That's one of the biggest mudslides I've seen around here so far.
Wow. Thanks for sharing that. That's really, wow. That's eye-opening.
And that's for the Arctic.
Wow.
Yep. A lot of mudslides are happening now. I've seen smaller ones, probably like 50 feet wide by probably 50 feet high, sliding into lakes. Yeah.
Wow. It's very scary. Have you personally been impacted in terms of relocations and forced migration? No. Okay.
Although we're on the edge of the Arctic Ocean, we're mainly around rock. You know, not really mud around the community along the ocean. So we're mainly living around rock.
So that helps to stabilize a little bit.
Yeah. But still we can notice some building shifting, seeing cracks in the buildings due to permafrost melt, I guess.
Yeah, I've only seen it in photos, but it's really, really moving.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah. Well, thanks for sharing your personal experience.
Yes, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. And we have another question for Amanda in the chat from Stinette. Amanda, could you please speak about the work done to consult the community of Kivalina and how that feedback has been incorporated into this project?
So we actually did not consult the community directly. That would have been really an amazing experience. But in our experience, in our research, we primarily did like peer-reviewed works for all of our research.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions for Amanda or for Yvonne and Jasmine? I have one. I don't know if Yvonne, if are you still around? I can't see you on my screen. There you are. I just wondered to include the kids in some of this work. What were some of the ways that you got them sort of hooked on the project? Because I wouldn't necessarily think, you know, that green engineering is something that comes easily to kids, but it looks like they're all pretty excited.
Yeah, do you want to answer that question, Jasmine?
I think it's like we've all had kind of an interest in science, so it's something that naturally comes to us. Since we got started with Anne from such a young age, like I was 6 or 7 when I got started, and I'm 16 now. So it's kind of been instilled in me throughout the years. And then my best friend has grown up with me, and she's also been involved largely in that kind of research as well, including the HAB studies. So yeah, I think it's just something that was instilled in us, and we continue to have that sort of passion.
Yeah, they definitely hear their parents and other community members talking about it a lot, and I think they're interested in their own future. So and then the surges, right? So they see their playground gets all flooded or things like that, and I think that impacts them quite a bit. So
that is really fabulous. It's great to see a group of young people being interested in research, but also, in that local application of some of these scientific principles. So keep going, Jasmine. That's great. We hope to see
Hi, this is Anne. I just want to throw in something. My frustration at all the wonderful work that the youth do, I can pay the adults as monitors, but I'm not allowed to with federal money, usually to youth, which is very, very trying for me. So if anybody can come up with a way we can manage to do that with youth, it would be awesome. I don't know. I can't, I mean, I'm a nonprofit, but I can't spend grant money through my nonprofit. You understand? So I don't know. I wish we had a solution.
Yeah, I can see that being a thorny one, especially with direct compensation. Maybe there's a way for other incentives or something that would, you know, be acceptable for children, you know, but still recognize the work that they've done and the effort that they've put in.
How about put it in a curriculum and maybe a grade 5 or a grade 6 curriculum? Environmental studies or climate studies or whatever it is, environmental studies for catching the youth. But
Yes, that's a good solution, and they do get credit through their, if it's applicable to their curricular studies, like Jasmine is a homeschool student, so she uses a lot of what we do for her projects, and the other ones are public school. But yeah, it's always there, you know, they put it on their resumes, you know. Most of them are in high school now that I started with. So those are things they're thinking about right now. So thank you for adding that.
I was just going to add too that for both Jasmine and Violet, whose names were on there, they've both been able to get jobs working as lab assistants at the college and things like that. So I think their experience learning, you know, the principles of research and how to use some of the tools and things has really helped them, like you said, putting it on their resume, so to speak. But even as high school students, they've been able to get jobs that are related to science. So it's been really useful for them to be part of this project, even if they don't have funding.
Also, high school credits. Even can I put it in a high school credit? Would be a way for a student to graduate and come into the field of environmental studies.
These are all great ideas, and it looks like there's a few more even in the chat. So Anne, you might want to check those out. But I just wanted to circle back because it looked like maybe Herminia had a question that I wanted to capture before we end this session.
Oh, Audrey, thank you. I just want to say that I think providing the curriculum is one good idea. Traveling, I saw people answering that. And also addition is kind of bring the scientists to the community. I think to have that science meeting the youth will be a kind of awesome experience for the kids in school. We did the Sea Weeks on St. Paul Island for many years, and I think that really make it into an impact for the kids to be aware about the climate change and the environment. So I think those money can be used for that direction. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Great. These are excellent ideas. Thank you all for participating in this bit of discussion, and thank you, Amanda and Yvonne and Jasmine for being here.
Jasmine may want to speak to that. That's a great idea, but instead of bringing them to the community, they got to present at a professional meeting not too long ago. So they might want to, and they gave them a standing ovation. So there are other ways to compensate.
Yeah, it takes a bit of creativity, but it's a really heartwarming bit of research and interaction with you. So thank you for sharing. I think we can continue in the chat for sure. And also, if anybody wants to, you know, bring this over to the Connect the Arctic site, we can certainly continue these great ideas for involving youth in research and compensating them. But let's move on now to the next part of the session, which is back to plenary talks. And we'll be back to the 13-minute talk with 2 minutes for questions at the end, so you can ask questions of each presenter. The first one is P17 on your agenda by Tyler Katzmar of the Renewable Energy Alaska Project. And he'll be talking about using community weather data to influence community energy decisions.
Thank you all for being here. Again, my name is Tyler Katzmar. I'm a STEM or an energy educator for the Renewable Energy Alaska Project. And today I'll be talking a little bit about a citizen science program that we have installed in some schools around Alaska called our Weather Education Program. So before I jump into that, I just want to recognize that I live on Dena'ina Elnana, ancestral and unceded homelands of the Dena'ina. REAP, or Renewable Energy Alaska Project, is a statewide organization working on lands of the Dena'ina, the Ahtna, and the Tlingit. And wherever we're working in Alaska, it's really good to recognize kind of the past, present, and future stewards of those lands. And when we talk about energy, we're really discussing natural resources and people and the integration of those two things. So it's really important to incorporate as much Indigenous knowledge into those conversations as possible, because the stewarding of those resources and the care of those people are very closely intertwined. So REAP is a nonprofit based out of Anchorage, but we work statewide really to facilitate the increased development of both energy efficiency and renewable energy projects around Alaska. We come at it through a couple different avenues, through collaborations, education, workforce training, and a good amount of advocacy down in Juneau. As an educator, I visit classrooms all the time to bring in fun, clean energy activities and curriculum into classes, but we also set teachers up with a lot of free curriculum and a lot of materials to make them feel more comfortable integrating clean energy education into their classroom. And really the reason that REAP does what we do is that Alaska has a really interesting relationship with energy. I probably don't need to tell most of you that we pay much more for heating and electricity than most folks in the lower 48, about an average of $5,000 a year on our energy. And when we go out into our rural communities, the cost for that energy and where that energy is coming from is very different. It's disproportionately more expensive than in urban areas, and it is being derived mainly from diesel generators. So there's a big push to integrate more renewable energies and energy efficiency into our rural communities all over Alaska, really, but they can have really a much bigger effect in our rural communities at both stabilizing the future electricity costs and really bolstering the resilience of the grids out in those communities. So one way we're really trying to bring the voices of our youth into these conversations about integrating renewables and energy efficiency projects is through REAP's Weather Education Program, where we actually loan professional grade Davis weather stations to schools for 3 to 5 years with the hopes that the teachers can integrate the both live and historic data that these weather stations are collecting into both energy and weather and climate curriculum in their classrooms. So the big money goal here is to allow students to use the data that the weather stations are collecting to assess if there is the possibility to integrate renewable energy really around their school site. But we've had a lot of trickle-down impacts as well, where we're increasing these citizen science opportunities and STEM opportunities through the technology to students. We're able to really contribute to local meteorological data. Many communities don't exactly know where their local data is coming from. So this kind of the data that's being collected by these weather stations is available to everybody in the community. So it kind of creates a more place-based and known data set. And we're really also hoping to engage students in these community energy decisions in the future. So this program is free to schools. We have 10 weather stations available for teachers to apply to. It's a competitive application process, but teachers will get we will send the weather stations out to schools. We will either travel to the site to help install them, or kind of walk teachers and school facility maintenance staff through the installation. And then from there, both teachers, students, and all community members can access both the live data, and then teachers, through their kind of administrative access to the weather station, can access all the historical data since it's been set up in that community as well. There are a couple like research questions that teachers can ask through this project. They can use the data to assess whether a solar resource or a wind resource is viable to power certain buildings or a whole community. But they can also look at the weather data surrounding temperature and try and draw correlation to community heating costs. The weather stations do some calculations on the back end. They actually calculate the heating degree days for certain communities. So we can look at the efficiency of our buildings and our schools through heating degree days too. We can look at electrifying our systems as well and see if technologies like an air or a ground source heat pump would be appropriate depending on the meteorological conditions of the community. The weather station itself is pretty advanced. You know, it does some of the basic things you would expect weather stations to get with wind speed and direction, temperature, humidity. We send solar radiation sensors out with our weather stations, so they're getting solar irradiance data and a good amount of precipitation data. So not all of this data can be looked at through the eyes of energy, which is great because more data, the better. They can use this data to pursue other citizen science opportunities like Fresh Eyes on Ice and Globe curriculum. The system itself is totally solar powered with a backup battery. It communicates via Bluetooth to a little modem called the WeatherLink Live that reports to the WeatherLink dashboard online through the Wi-Fi. So it's pretty much totally wireless, as long as the station itself is set up within 600 feet of the WeatherLink Live modem, which only requires Wi-Fi connection and an outlet to plug into. Then they can kind of communicate back and forth. So school rooftops have been really awesome areas for this. Not only are you going to get the best solar and wind data from the rooftop, but typically you get pretty good connection points to Wi-Fi as well. And then all of the data is uploaded to the dashboard on the WeatherLink website. So teachers, through their administrative access, can look at any of this data real time, but they can also go up to this little data tab here, set certain parameters for what data they'd like to export. And then they have access to historical data from the time the station was set up to the present moment. They can take all the data, export it to a CSV or an Excel file, and just have huge amounts of raw data to present to their students and kind of build, you know, whatever sort of activity or curriculum they'd like to, depending on, you know, what software their students already use. So teachers have the most access, but then community members can also download the WeatherLink app, which gives you access to all the live data and some historical data just back within, well, not historical, within 24 hours. Community members can look at everything from that certain site. So it's all connected through WeatherLink. WeatherLink has stations around Alaska, but as you can see, they're mainly focused around Fairbanks, Anchorage, Kenai Peninsula. There's a few kind of dots out in rural communities. And we have 5 or 6 weather stations on site now. 4, well, I think 5 have been installed successfully, with one out in Brevig that's on site but hasn't been set up on the rooftop yet. And we're trying to spread these weather stations around the state as much as possible to kind of fill in the gaps that are there in the WeatherLink ecosystem. So this program started right before COVID. as schools went remote, getting a lot of the systems that had already shipped out actually installed became pretty difficult. So, you know, we've had some weather stations kind of stranded, and as teacher turnover happens, we have to find new teachers in the community to really be the administrators of these weather stations. There have been similar programs in the past. UAF had an Arctic climate modeling program where they tried to distribute weather stations to every school in the Bering Strait district. Many of those stations became damaged or stranded on site there. Eventually, the program stopped happening, mainly because teacher turnover and kind of champion teachers in the community taking care of these fostered weather stations. And we had kind of also hoped that if we gave this technology to teachers, that they would be like, hey, I have plenty of time to build curriculum around this. But we all know teachers probably have the least time of everyone. So we're in the process of developing very clear and explicit curriculum for the program, so we can really build the roadmap for teachers. We found most success when we can actually travel with our weather stations to the communities and kind of, you know, set them up at the school site, and also build relationships with teachers and facility maintenance staff at the same time. Leads to better outcomes overall. But really finding those star teachers who have good footholds in the community and that may be there for a long time is the best way forward. So we still have, I think, 3 or 4 weather stations that are available. If anybody is at a rural location who would like to take advantage of this through their school, then they can scan this website here or go to REAP's Weather Education Program page. It's a quick application process, and if we think that it'll serve your community well, then we will ship a weather station out to you, and maybe I'll travel alongside it to get things installed and make sure things are happening. So thank you for a hyper quick session here. Here's my email contact, but I can put it in the chat as well, because I know we gotta move on.
Well, thank you so much, Tyler. We actually have a bit of time for questions, and I might read a couple from the chat just to get things going. Janet asked, Tyler, do you have an idea of how frequently local people access the WeatherLink data?
It's a little different in every community. The last couple of years, we've tried to post little flyers with pull tabs around the community that give people very explicit directions of like how to download the app and how to access all the data. I'm not sure exactly who is accessing it or how often they are, but our teachers are using it in different ways. Like our primary teachers are just having some of their students, you know, write down a daily weather log. Other teachers in like secondary spaces are using the data to build up kind of a historical data set. You know, we haven't reached that holy grail yet of like getting it incorporated to assess renewable energy potential, mainly because the curriculum isn't there just yet, and the teachers need the curriculum to make that easier.
That sort of speaks to the next question in the chat. What kind of exercises do teachers do with the data they download, and what are they most interested in? But it sounds like, I don't know if you have more to add there.
Yep, a little different for every grade level.
Yep. And KK wanted to know, does the weather station require Wi-Fi?
Yes, it does.
And can you use a hotspot on demand for something like that?
Ooh, that I'm really not sure. It's best if used with like pretty stable Wi-Fi, which in most of the our 5 schools that we have set up, they do have pretty stable Wi-Fi connection, but I can foresee it being an issue in certain locations.
Great, thank you so much. I think we'll move on now, but Tyler, keep an eye on the chat. There might be some more questions. We're going to move on to P18 on your agenda by Herminia Din, the University of Alaska Anchorage. She'll be talking about a tourist memento, art and science combined, understanding the changing Arctic. Welcome, Herminia.
Okay, thank you to Audrey, and thank you everybody. Thank you for Arcus having me here today. My name is Herminia. I'm in the art department, and I believe I am the only art person in this group. I'm a designer, I'm an artist, I'm an art educator, also I'm an advocate of the environment. And I have done so many projects which is combining art and science together. And one of my most recent focus project, which is plastic pollution in the Arctic. It will not be today's talk, but that's what I was saying earlier, the project I was working on the St. Paul Island. The whole point today is not really talking about from the scientist point of view, is the aspect of how can we bring art, science, and tourism together and provide some meaningful experience. So how do I get here? So this is a project. I think people think about tourism just because we want to travel, we want to see the world. And travel is great to create special memories, and you want to remember the places that you visit. And a lot of time, how you remember things, you buy stuff, right? Just like those refrigerated magnets, we bring those home. But I often wonder, with the increase of Arctic travel, I think most of you, or all of us here, have known that even before the pandemic, there's a kind of a push for Arctic travel, and then even more after the pandemic, because they say, oh, because the climate change, because the temperature rising, the disappearance of glacier, there's more and more tourists coming to our backyards. But instead of having the tourists definitely beneficial to the community, but how can we add a little bit more value for them to understand the impact of climate change, impact of environment through an active participation of citizens science, right? So, and then on top, as an artist and art educator, I always believe the best thing about memory is making them, which is a part of the background for sustainable tourism. How can we make memories? Why don't we find a way of making it, literally making it? So several years ago, that was prior to pandemic, 3 professors from 3 departments that at that point we don't know each other much. We just came out with these ideas that how can we do something that related to the tourist industry, combining our expertise, which is Audrey here, and with TJ from the HYPER department, health, physical education, recreation, outdoor leadership, and myself in our department, we want to do something. Can we create a mock-up tour with the list of these objectives? We want people not only to come to Alaska, but also we want them to experience the local community economy, engage in local relevant method of travel. And on top, because I was really focused on the reducing use of plastic, so how can we reduce plastic waste found in the tourism industry, and then increase visitors' ethic with creating local science and art, and ultimately to promote a deeper connection to a nature and environment. So we decided to design a mock-up tour. So that will be a 3 professor, 2 grandmas, 2 friends, and 1 sweet baby. At that point, she was 3 years old. And now she's so grown up. I saw the photos and I miss her. Give her a hug.
Here, poke your head up.
Oh my goodness, sweetheart. Good to see you. So we did a trip called, that was in the March. I think we started a conversation in January. So Iditarod always be a big hit for a lot of tourists coming to Alaska. So we designed around for 2 days, 1 night. And we, of course, asked this mock-up tour to experience the ceremonial start. I think for those who live in Anchorage, if you follow the Iditarod, you know the ceremonial start, you know the run with the reindeers, all different local activities. So we want the tourists, of course, us the tourists, to experience that. On the second day, now, before we go to the official start, we want to stop at the dog kennel to understand the practice of, you know, raising those dogs, because there's a different aspect of voices about the animal. Some point they're saying they're abusing them, but on the other hand, they're really the babies for those mushers. They took care of them first before the musher themselves. So it's really understanding the practice of mushing and getting an interaction with a real musher that really increased the connection of the experience. So we stop by there in the morning, and then of course everybody go to the big lake to see the official start with 1,000 people. And yes, that's a part of memory, and that's part of the tourist experience. And then after that, a couple hours when all the teams are gone, and then we decided to take this group to the Restaurant Lake, and we rent a state-owned cabin. You see the yellow dots on your screen. Because the wintertime, I think people willing to come to Alaska in the wintertime, they definitely need to experience the Alaskan wilderness in the winter, particularly the outhouse, and then how you get to the cabins. So we decided to provide all different kinds of transportation modes, so they understand this is kind of a practice for people who live in the north. As you can see, Audrey was the bravest, you know, skiing on with a trailer with the baby in the back, and the fat tire bikes and dog teams, and of course in the snow machine. So the participant had a different experience because it was about 10 miles from the parking lot to our cabins. And then another challenge to our tour operator, which is TJ, that he can only pack everything, the food that we need, by not using plastic. And that really gave him a huge challenge because he was so used to everything plastic. I believe there's a reason, you know, for waterproof, for freshness, all kinds of reasons, but he took the challenge. And then we find a lot of alternative that we can reduce the use of plastic on this particular tour experience. And then here's the citizen science aspect of it. So you can see at night after we had dinner, everybody safely get to the cabin. And Audrey was talking to us about the 2 projects. Audrey, want to say a little bit if you remember?
Sure, we were using some protocols for snow depth.
Yeah,
and
hair.
And snowshoe hare, yes, exactly. So we were, and you know, we hadn't designed these specifically for this project. That we were just sort of trialing some different things to see how complicated we could get or not, you know, with a group of people that hadn't had any exposure to these projects before. So we picked things that were fairly simple, but we recorded tracks and sign of snowshoe hares, and we recorded snow depth at various places around the cabin just to contribute to some standing citizen science projects. But in the future, it would be interesting to do something a little bit more designed for this particular
Exactly. It's
application.
kind of you explain the background behind it and why collecting data is important. And then it's easy for us to do because we were there, right? And I think some areas of the state have really few people have access on mass, so I think that's where my understanding what the citizen science can do, right? To take apart and then bring the data and upload it on your cell phone, and it's really data input. And then if you're interested, you can follow on that and then see how far, was the records of the past years, the snow depths, and then how far the snow hair had traveled south. So I think that's really a meaningful conversation in the evening. And then in the morning, the next day, we decided to do a souvenir to remember the trip. So you can see the two pieces up there. We just get branches from outside the cabins. And then we did a small weaving and then the embroidery yarn to wrap around it, and combination of colors. You make your own choices. And then that's really to remember this particular trip. And then that really inspired, you can see everybody's there so quiet and then making things. And then we'll chat about, because in the morning we went out and did the snow depths and the snow hair thing, and then we'll come back, have coffee and breakfast. We really kind of spend wonderful couple hours quiet time chatting about and making things, and really inspired. Particularly later I heard the two grandmas really love the idea, and they're making like the whole set for the Christmas gift later. So my whole point is really is the combination of art, science, and travel. It brings visitor closer to the place by making the memories and making a memento, which is a piece of object that they can take home with it, and it's handmade, so no import, no plastic. And most importantly, is raise awareness of the changing environment and encourage ownership, because even just one data of one day that you contributed to the database, you will make a difference. I think that's a lot of, even though it's small, it's not like a systematic of 350, 65 days, but it is something that kind of bring awareness to the people. And then since this project, I have the fortunate to work with my colleagues in Rovaniemi in Finland, because they also been impacted by tremendous increase of tourism. So they developed some kind of more kind of art-based project, like the birch bark bracelet, the ice lantern, ice sculpture, and even the wool dyed by the mushrooms. And then they can do weaving into, okay, again, those are the longer projects. The project we did probably require only hour and a half, but they really bring the people into the woods to experience the environment, which is add additional value to the tourist, this particular travel experience. So this is the conclusion, is really when we combine science, tourism, and creative industry, we do make a deeper connection to the nature and create a long-lasting memory. So I will stop here, and thank you for having me today.
Thank you so much, Herminia. It was a fun trip through memory to see some of those pictures again. We have a couple minutes for questions, or maybe a minute and a half for questions, if anybody has one for Herminia.
Hi,
Anne, go ahead.
Okay, I love it because we do theme and I project, and I just have Jasmine and Yvonne come back on board. I do eco printing. I'm an amateur artist, and so do a lot of upcycle art. And so what eco print is, we found out that some of the tundra on the berm actually print. So my youth made themselves wool stars with eco prints from their project. And we're going to think about using them as consumer gifts in the future for youth. They made them themselves. I talked about them. It was awesome to find out what tundra actually printed. So it was awesome. Anyway, it's fun to share that. There's always ways to bring in art, always.
Thank you. And I think I got 30% of it, but I can hear that
Sorry,
in your heart.
I'm with my grandchildren.
So I also want to say that as an artist, I love to work with scientists. And I think, you know, art always brings in some really fulfilling experience. And also invite you to look our environment and closer, and then making a deeper connection. So if there's any opportunity, I would love to work with you guys. So thank you.
I have something to say. Since we're talking about on this topic of snow and the atmosphere, the snow collects the contaminants from the air and brings it down to the ground. What I'm thinking is we could, I'm thinking that we should test the snow monthly or weekly or every 2 weeks or something. And we could test the snow for contaminants since it falls from the air and the air has the contaminants, and we can study the snow yearly or monthly or weekly and see what's in the snow for contaminants. Water. And water, or mostly I'm thinking about snow because it falls from the clouds, and the clouds collect the contaminants. And if we can collect data from a snow collect contaminants from the snow, we can understand what's in the air.
Yeah, totally. And I think, sorry about that. And I'd also heard some places they're collecting, you know, rainwater, and then in fact they already found microplastic in it. So those water being a part of our drinking sources. And so because, like I said, the other half of me is doing plastic pollution in the Arctic, and those microplastic has been everywhere, not only in the guts, but on in the flesh in the animal that we are eating, but also in the water. And then they thought they have not been seen in the human body, but the most recent research, I found out that it's already in the human system. What's the consequences? There's no proof yet. So we don't know the long-term effect. So, but thank you for bringing that one up. And then Mike, you asked for any scale creative things. Yeah, contact me. I'll be more than happy to show, because some of the projects has to be like a local place-based. So that means you are not importing additional materials to make the project. So yeah, I will put my emails in the link, and then you can contact me. I'll be more than happy to brainstorm and then make connections.
Okay, great. Great discussion, everyone. We should move on, but Herminia, keep an eye on the chat because there could be some additional questions there. And it looks like some folks are posting about a project called the Dirty Snow, which might be an answer to the question about contaminants in snow. So check that out. And we will move along to Talk P19 on your agenda by Verena Maraldi from Hurtigruten Expeditions, called Sustainable Tourism and Expedition Science, Ships as Platforms to Collect Valuable Polar Data, Support Local Communities, and Increase Nature Awareness.
Thank you and good evening. It's quite late here. At Hurtigruten Expeditions, we are members of the two organizations kind of trying to implement a responsible operation or tourist industry, both in the Arctic and Antarctic. IECO, the Arctic Association of Expedition Cruise Operators, and in the Antarctic, it would be the International Association of Antarctica Tour Operators. We believe that offering our guests a mindful adventure and giving back to the people and the places that we visit is of the utmost importance. At the heart of our sustainable travel experience is our science and education program, which is designed to support the scientific community by providing our ships as platforms of opportunity while offering a life-changing experience to the travelers through an immersive educational onboard program and participation in citizen science projects. We have 5 ships now operating in the Arctic, going to Svalbard, Norway, Iceland, Greenland, the Arctic, Canada, Northwest Passage, and Alaska. On board, we have a immersive educational program that includes lectures and activities. We have specially designed areas for the enrichment and education of our guests. And in order to deliver a quality program, we have permanently employed scientists across all the relevant fields of expertise to deliver this onboard program and to assist our visiting scientists. We have, to name some of them, ornithologists, marine scientists, environmental scientists, but also historians, which is a very important part of sharing with the guests the history and traditions of the places that we go to. Our expert teams deliver lectures, not only lectures, but also activities and workshops in our science centers, which are equipped with microscopes, museum quality exhibits, and sample sets that are meant for guest interpretation and for their use to have more hands-on experiences. The science centers are also used by our guest scientists to do their research. Our science center resources, our in-house education programs and collaborations, combined with the structured interactive learning opportunities, facilitate important research, while also positively affecting our guests' attitudes and behavior after they return home. We also invite our guests into our science boats, where we ask them to help us collect data for several research projects or citizen science projects. This is what we call our science boats. We run them on all of our voyages, and we run them to collect samples and environmental data, as well as deploying our underwater drones, which enable the guests to view the underwater world and collect video footage that can be used for scientific research purposes. We have, for example, just launched a collaboration in Antarctica to look for spawning grounds for Antarctic toothfish using our underwater drones. We also explore the environment and record wildlife, as well as immersing our guests, as I mentioned earlier, in the history and culture of the local area. We do have CTDs and plankton nets and to collect the samples and observations with the help of our guests. And as I mentioned, the data and samples are directly delivered to some citizen science projects. Yesterday, Fjordfito was mentioned as one of the citizen science projects. We are actually contributing to this program in Antarctica. And last year and this year, we will be launching Fjordfito in the Arctic as well, to assess if it is possible to extend the project to the Arctic. So this is in collaboration with the Scripps Institution of Oceanography and Alison Kusik and Martina Massioni, who are the lead scientists on this project. What else? We also facilitate important research and support the scientific community, as I mentioned, by providing our ships as platforms, which allow for spatial and temporal data collection. Just keep in mind that we operate over longer periods of time in a given location, repeating over and over the same itinerary. So this offers a great opportunity for repetitive sampling and observations. We also help transporting researchers and their equipment. We also have transported lithium batteries. There was mention of the difficulty of transporting lithium batteries, we know, to and from the study areas of the researchers. Polar areas are very difficult to reach and expensive to do so. So to support the scientific community, we have dedicated one cabin on all of our ships, all of our itineraries to host a researcher. We also participate in citizen science projects, and this has become increasingly important in more recent times as tourism and the number of ships in the polar areas has grown significantly. And this has just been mentioned by Hermin in the past talk. This much needed scientific data collection in these areas is challenging. We know it's very remote. The environment can be very harsh, and it comes to a very high operational costs. We are also, or have installed automated monitoring devices on our vessels to help collect this much needed oceanographic and climate data. So until now, we have established numerous collaborations, as you can see on this map, with scientific institutions, and are now supporting over 30 research projects worldwide. While on board, our guest scientists engage with the guests. They share their knowledge, they highlight the importance of their research in remote areas, and they contribute to increasing awareness by doing science communication. One guest once mentioned to me that HX or Hurtigruten expeditions had made a dream come true for her, because she was allowed to witness a researcher working on the field collecting data and to interact with her, with the researchers in real life. She learned to appreciate how difficult it was to collect the data, but also how important it was to collect it. Just to give you some numbers, in 2023, we allocated 1,887 cruise nights to more than 70 guest scientists who joined our ships. Our participation in citizen science projects has also increased over the past 5 years, from a handful to over 20 now, covering all of the areas we operate in. We encourage our guests to continue contributing to citizen science. We point them towards Universe, for example, and to look for conservation programs at home and engage with them after they have traveled with us. And to give you some numbers again, in 2023, our expert teams and eager guests contributed over 23,600 data submissions to several citizen science projects, from Happy Whale to iNaturalist, eBird, and to the Icelandic Puffin project. Our guests actively engage in citizen science, remarking that it allows them to participate in a purposeful travel and become more than just tourists. We aim to increase our work alongside the communities that we visit, and develop new partnerships. And that is the main reason of our participation in this great conference so far. We believe that scientific research, as well as community and citizen science in the far north, can hugely benefit from the reoccurring presence of our vessels in the area. And we are really keen to identifying further future opportunities in this area. And with this, I thank you very much. And here you find our contact information in case you would be interested in working with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Verena. That was really interesting. Does anyone have a question for Verena? Looks like we have a little bit of time. I've got one in the chat from KK. Are your guests testing the gray water release and the impacts on surrounding waters and animal populations in any of their sampling?
No, we don't test great water, but we do support research projects that are testing water quality along the transects that our ships navigate.
Excellent. And it looks like Ryan has a question. Ryan, you want to go ahead?
Excellent talk. This may be more appropriate, and I can follow up later on. But it is true that Hurtigruten is leading a lot of the ethical pursuits within the Arctic, but a lot of other Arctic cruise ships or cruise ships that are looking to get into the Arctic don't necessarily have to follow these same protocols, right? Like this isn't something that is required in an Arctic setting. How do you think that you can influence your peers, and i.e. other cruise ships, as they think about beginning their Arctic cruise ship expeditions?
I think that if people start choosing us against other operators because of what they get from the experience of traveling with us, the support to science, the learning experience, the great, how do you say it, the great inspiration to live a more sustainable way of life when you return home, that will encourage other operators to follow suit. And that is actually what we are hoping. This should be an industry effort and not just our effort from HX.
Excellent, thank you. There was one question way back in the chat that I want to be sure we cover, and then maybe everyone else can stick any additional follow-up in the chat. But Ekaterina asked, are the guests really involved in, I would assume, in the data collection? And it looked like they were, but maybe you can speak a bit more to that.
They are. We do offer several sessions throughout the day when we are sailing, of course, to participate in the cloud observations, in the NASA Globe Observer program, and Happy Whale whenever we encounter whales, in iBird, and all of these projects. And we run the science boat as much as possible. It has become so popular that we need to do like a lottery to see who gets to go when. So yes, people are they really get inspired by the experience and want to participate as much as possible.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Verena. There's a lot to be said about this. There's a couple more questions in the chat by Mike and Anne. So I'll direct you over there if you don't mind, and then we'll move on just to keep on our timeline. But thank you so much for presenting. I know it's late there. And I'd like to introduce our last speaker of the conference, Elena Sparrow, who you've heard from already, from the University of Alaska Fairbanks. She will be giving our last plenary talk on multiple knowledge learning framework for youth-led research.
And thank you all for persisting through the end. I just want to bring back the desire of communities and elders in engaging their youth in what's happening around them. And of course, climate change is very much a part of life in the Arctic and the impacts that we're feeling. So the Arctic and EarthSTEM integrating Globe and NASA or science. From the very beginning of this project, we partnered with the Association of Interior Native Educators so that, from writing the proposal and then with multi-generational engagement, educators, community members, and youth. I just want to share, the many authors on this presentation who are part of our team, and also acknowledge the funding from NASA. So we co-developed this learning framework that is based on indigenous knowledge and the start of it in engaging youth. And so the way we do it is we invite participation of teams from communities, educators and community members to come, and we support their travel and implementation later in their communities. And so the co-developed framework starts with the listening to and recognizing indigenous knowledge, and then weaving in Globe and NASA science. And this subject matter experts that include indigenous and academic scientists, we try and provide matching them with the projects with the expertise that is that matches their interest. And so this is an example of how the Kwethluk students listen to their elders and community members, and who share their stories of river and soil changes and the problem of losing homes to the river. And the students expressed that loss of land is loss of heritage to them. And so they determined they wanted to do some monitoring. Because it connected the what's happening around them, connected to climate change and their own stories, and they wanted to do some monitoring to see how fast erosion is happening and what the disturbance factors might be that influence this rate. And then they applied after they analyzed their data, they applied their learning to a stewardship project, letter writing and sharing it with the village council for recommending no-wake zone and an alternative anchoring system design, and also encouraging the planting of more vegetation along the river banks, because they saw that was one way of preventing erosion. And these were the same group of students who went to Ireland to present their studies in both Western and in their own indigenous way. So how do we know then the impacts of students' participation in place-based project like this and a Globe Student Research Symposium? So we have outside of our team and consultants are evaluators to see how interest in science, confidence in collecting data, and knowledge outcomes have been affected by this participation. And youth interest in science, there were not only these surveys of, what the students think before their participation and after, but also complemented with interviews and focus groups. And I'm sharing just part of the results of this analysis. And so on these things of to illustrate the youth interest in science, there are many different categories: liking science, science is useful for solving everyday problems, excited about new discoveries, like experimenting and testing ideas and wanting to learn more. And there was significant difference between the pre and the before and after participation. And the percent of students who felt confident relating with engaging with science and scientists, this was also significant. A majority of them were confident, and they agreed strongly, or agree and strongly agree about being confident to do this. And then the percent of students who identified as scientists while participating in the program, they indicate they felt like scientists. Some of them have said that they never even thought about being engaged in science, and they felt like they were, too far removed from it. But then, as they worked along with scientists and actually did and contributed to the project, they really identified with, I can do this as a scientist. And this youth science skills pre and post participation is an indicator of their increase in knowledge of scientific methods and also the earth systems and climate science, because there was a significant difference in how they use scientific data, ask a question, use data to create a graph, use science to help their communities. The citizen science practices used in this project were shown to engage STEM underrepresented youth and community members. And they, all these elements, preparation, goal alignment, social and cultural relevance, contribution to science, feedback loop, how they got responses from the scientists they were working with, community engagement, and youth engagement. And I would just like to highlight a couple: the social and cultural relevance. The teacher shared how important the bodies of water that studies, they are as food sources, roadway, a potential danger during floods, and safety issues for children and adults in their communities. And more than 77% of students felt their project was relevant to their own communities. And, mentioning that they use ice to travel, hunt, and fish. And so in this presentation, I'm focusing on one of the, every year, we focus on different things in the climate change in my community workshops and courses. And these results that I'm reporting is connected with ice. And we partnered with the Fresh Eyes on Ice that Katie Spellman leads. And in community engagement, 75% of students indicated that elders and community members helped them understand the community's environment better, such as ice safety and how bodies of water have changed through time and their that has affected their lifestyles. And the other thing that engaged community was the Association of Interior Native Educators and our project working on revising the Globe Student Research Symposium, which is that reviewers use when they talk to students and review the projects with the students. And the revision was to include indigenous science and knowledge and culture. And we're happy to say that this revised rubric is now being used nationwide for other student research symposia happening. And also here, when we had the first Globe Northwest Region Student Research Symposium, that the IA Association of Interior Native Education board members were reviewers of the projects, and the students were happy to see people to talk to who looked like them. And it was important to emphasize that to have diverse reviewers for students, especially those coming from very diverse communities and our Alaska Native communities. And just to summarize, the climate change and ice, the impacts on the students, where the students indicated elders and community members helping them understand their community's environment better and how their project was relevant, and that they were really happy about being able to know more about their own environment and also contribute to knowledge about their community with regards to ice, and that how what they did is important not only to their communities but also to scientists, and that the teachers reported positive interactions between scientists and their program team, and the program elicited strong youth participant engagement in community-based monitoring interviews. And I thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm here. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that fascinating presentation. And does anyone have a question for Herminia? We've got a few minutes.
Elena, you mean?
Sorry. Oh my goodness.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. I'm
Audrey
tired.
clearly needs more coffee on her. The
I
rest
have
of
not
us
had
are
enough
like,
coffee.
we're ready
All
for
right.
dinner.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be in the, to stop people from dinner or lunch or whatever.
Right. Does anyone have a question for Elena?
Yeah, because we thought we'd share this because some people are asking, well, how do you know that your program is effective? And also we have been using this learning framework not only for K-12 students, but also for undergraduate courses that our team members, Katie and Christy Buffington, are doing in their courses, as well as in grad student course, preparing to do research in the Arctic. And
Anne says, just wanted a shout out to NASA Citizen Science. I learned much of my youth education as educator at Virginia Air and Space Center for 10 years.
Yeah, I will chat some more with Elena and Katie,
Yes.
I guess, as far as evaluations, because they were pretty strict with NASA.
Yes. And I wanted to add to your comment, Anne, that NASA, especially this NASA Science Activation projects, they have been accommodating us in trying to understand how we do work with not only indigenous groups, but also other cultures, and like Latino, and trying to really get to what the students would need, what kind of support they would need to in STEM learning. And
Yeah, I'd be glad to help anybody on that score.
Yes.
Because I have a background. I developed lesson plans. And, yeah, it's a long
yeah.
road.
We have
I just wanted
curriculum
to-
developed.
Yes, curriculum development.
Yeah.
Outreach to schools, in-house demonstrations, you name it. I did lesson plans. And it was all different disciplines, right? But it was all supported by NASA, a lot of it.
Yes.
So I mentioned evaluation, and NASA was really important to them, obviously, because they were federally granted. And I use something called the outcome-based evaluation system through IMLS. Are y'all familiar with IMLS? Federal-
Yes. Yeah.
So I recommend that because that helps to actually design projects as well as evaluate them with like a 90-point process. So I just throw that out. Find it on IMLS.
And I'm going to interrupt you. I'm the timekeeper and we're really having a hard time understanding you. It's very garbled and we're going over time. So I'm going to ask you to put any final comments in the chat because we just can't understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you for trying, Anne, and thank you, Lisa, for that interruption there. And let's use that as a moment to kind of move on from the presentations. Thank you all so much for presenting today. There's been some fascinating presentations, and I'll summarize in a bit, but just before everybody starts to disperse, Janet wants to share some next steps for this group.
Yeah, I will. I know that people are anxious to move on with their day or go to bed, some of you, or whatever the case may be. So I'll keep it short. And all of this information will also be reshared on the website or in follow-up emails. But next steps, in 2021, we had a conference report on the website and it went out to everybody. We will follow up very quickly with a conference report about this particular event as well and share that out. We have some things from the last event that we have implemented this last year. One of them is called Tundra Talks. These are panel-like webinars, and I already talked with a few people behind the scenes about being possible presenters for any upcoming Tundra Talks. If you have an idea and you want to have more conversations, lots of good topics that came up today. This is more of a panel style format, and I'd love to hear your ideas. Please share them, and we'll hopefully see you on those Tundra Talks. We also mentioned a lot today over the last couple of days about this community site. Thank you to people that were going there and already posting. I was going to share my screen for that, but I think you can just go to the link. You do have to join the group to post your topic or to share any information. There were a lot of links and resources shared. I encourage you to go back in and continue the conversations and share your resources there. It really is a space for keeping up collaborations and finding others. That's what we want it to be. The next thing that's going to come your way in an email is two types of surveys. One is just a standard conference feedback. We're going to ask you about how it went. What are your ideas? Were you comfortable in the room? Did you have enough time to share? All those kinds of things. That will be in an email that will probably go out tomorrow, actually. So please give us back your feedback. And also future ideas for things that you want to talk about or hear about. And then the last thing I really want to share with you is we have a network survey. It's called the Community and Citizen Science in the Far North Network Survey. It's not coming from Lisa, myself, or anyone at ARCIS. An outside evaluator has been contracted to find out how we build our connections and whether we're as I mentioned at the very start of this conference, one of our goals is to continue building our community, to find one another, to share information, and keep making this a prominent space and place and discussion. So this network survey is going to go to everyone that registered, so not just presenters. And hopefully you'll take some time to fill out that network survey, and we can see it has a mapping element. And so as you add your connections to other people in this conference, it'll map that out. So that's all I'll say about that, but that's coming your way, and we really do hope you'll participate in it. And then we can share that information, what we've learned about building collaborations there. And then before I turn this over to, back over to Audrey, I want to announce our last two door prize winners, Daria Carly from UAA and Christy Buffington from UAF. So congratulations to both of you, and thank you for joining today. So I'll turn this back over to Audrey. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. And once again, a plug on my end to please fill out the survey and also join us on Connect the Arctic going forward, not just about this conference, but on anything else related to this topic. We'd love to kind of turn that into a regular message board for people working on research and just thinking about this topic. We heard from some amazing presenters today, everything from individual community-based projects to all the way up to sort of some of the theoretical perspectives on how to incorporate community members and community interests into projects and sort of ways of working in communities, which were really interesting. So thank you again for joining us for the last 2 days, and hopefully this knowledge helps everyone move forward with your research, and that we'll hear from you again in the future at a future conference or on Connect the Arctic. Or just interacting with any of us hosting the conference in general. So it looks like there's a bunch of positive feedback in the chat. Thank you all, and we will look forward to seeing you again in the future.
Yes, thank you.
I think that's a wrap.
It is a wrap.
Thank you very much.
Great job. Great job, Arcus, Lisa, and
Thank
Janet,
you.
and Zeb. I should
Yeah,
have said
thank
that
you,
too. You guys have been
everybody.
amazing.